All right. Good evening, everybody. If anybody's out there, we are here for WrestleMania this weekend. It's already started. I have yet to have any panelists join in yet, but a lot of those guys are probably still at work, so we'll be expecting some of them to join in as the show runs. Hopefully, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sit here and talk to myself for 6 hours, which is what they're saying is going to run. The pre-show is starting now, so if you want to go and catch the pre-show, you can probably do that on YouTube or other places that WWE broadcast for free. So I think the main show is supposed to start at 7. I could be wrong. Could be 8. I mean, they have done 2-hour pre-shows for WrestleMania before, so there is that. So, yeah, they're just running their mouths, obviously, like they do with all pre-shows. So I don't care about what they got to say. I don't care if they got an actual match on it. So there was some news that came out of wrestling this weekend. Last night, ROH had their pay-per-view deal. Might be the last one under the ROH banner. Who knows? With them being bought by AEW, we still don't know what AEW is going to do with them yet. It's just specifically say Tony Khan. They're still saying it's a Tony Khan ownership and not an AEW ownership, but Tony Khan is the owner and CEO of AEW. So just, it's logical to say that it's owned by AEW at this point. Anyway, last night saw their pay-per-view saw the return of Samoa Joe to professional wrestling after he had been cut earlier this year by WWE while there's speculation that he was just under a contract with NXT, but he could have still been under a regular WWE contract. And where that matters is NXT contracts, you only have a 1 month no compete clause, whereas with WWE you have a 3 month. He was cut right at the beginning of January, so since he appeared last night, he could have been on a regular WWE contract, and the 3 month non-compete would have expired, and it definitely would have expired if it had been on NXT, because I believe he was cut January 4th. When you factor in the various months of the days and the different months, it comes out to where either one of those no compete clauses would have expired. So whether he was on a WWE contract or an NXT contract, a lot of people are speculating, but when you do the math, it doesn't matter which way it was. Either one, he would have been able to appear last night. I've got Buck out there in the chat. You have a link, Buck, so if you're able to jump in whenever. And so that happened last night. What else happened? Oh, I don't know, because I haven't seen the show yet. I just saw where a video that said that Samoa Joe had joined AEW and Ring of Honor. Apparently, he's got a contract both at AEW and Ring of Honor, which, again, let's be honest, it's the same company, same ownership, and that's why my wife and I were out almost all day grocery shopping and whatnot. So I got to watch Dynamite from last night, but that was about it before I had to get this set up. And I watched a replay of that. Yeah, nothing really special happened on that show. The only thing big on that show that was confirmed was I believe it's on Dynamite. This week coming up, going to have the second match between FTR and the Young Bucks, so that should be good. That's going to be for the AAA World Tag Team titles. AAA, of course, being the Mexican promotion that is has a business arrangement with AEW. So that should be a good match. It's about the biggest thing that came out of Rampage last night. You got Keith Lee beat Powerhouse Hobbs, and then get jumped by Team Taz afterwards. Ricky Starks and Hobbs beat up Keith Lee after the match, and Swerve Strickland came down to try and assist, and he got beat up too. So, and Taz was up there. I don't remember Taz did anything, but he was there. What else happened? Really, like I said, there really wasn't that big a anything that happened last night on AEW show. I haven't seen the match where that the pay per view thing that Impact was putting on with New Japan and some other from Pro Wrestling Noah on them, so I haven't got a chance to see that one yet. I don't to know what happened there, so I can't give you any information on that one either. There's a whole lot of wrestling going on this weekend. I mean, it's WrestleMania weekend. Not only do you have what the WWE is doing, but you had Impact doing a show, you had Ring of Honor doing a show in conjunction with AEW, obviously, since Ring of Honor is owned by AEW. Interesting was that the Briscoes, who are the Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions, weren't on the Ring of Honor show. They were on the show that Impact was putting on, taking on the Good Brothers, instead of being on the Ring of Honor show defending their tag team titles or what have you. So that was an interesting thing, I thought. But that might be tonight, actually. That one, the Impact show might be tonight. Now that I think about it, so maybe they were on the Ring of Honor show. Like I said, I haven't got a chance to watch it, so I don't know. But I'm just thinking that the Impact show was last night, but it might be tonight. It might have already happened. I don't know. I don't know when it was scheduled. I know it was this weekend because again, it was part of WrestleCon, which is always WrestleMania weekend. You have this big convention whatever city WrestleMania is going to be in, and you have some independent companies. I don't know if we could consider Impact to be an independent company anymore at this rate, or Ring of Honor. But yeah, that's some stuff that happened this weekend, or is going to happen this weekend. Yeah, they're still just talking over there on the WWE thing, which I'm not surprised. I mean, the last pay-per-view, they didn't even have a match on the pre-show. But WrestleMania, WrestleMania probably have, if they go 2 hours like they have in the past with WrestleMania, there should be two matches, one in the first hour, one in the second hour. KGO is out there. Says he'll be back a little later. Alrighty. So, what else? What else has happened this week? Not much of anything, really. I don't know how much of you out there following Impact and stuff. So, yeah, Moose Beer, Josh Alexander's wife at an independent show that Impact was involved with earlier in the week. So yeah, that's part of setting up for those two to face each other at Impact's next pay-per-view, which I think is called Rebellion, if I'm not mistaken. That happens. I want to say April 24th. I could be wrong on the date, but it's definitely later this month. Yeah, April 24th. It's the last Sunday of the month. So they're already booking that and they, that was the end of last month. I mean, we're around April 2nd. So that was earlier in the week. Thursday, they had some follow-up to that and everything. So on the Impact show, which honestly, I don't remember what the follow-up to it was because it's like, yeah, okay, that happened. Kind of thing. Really wasn't a whole lot to come out of Impact this week. It was a good show, but nothing newsworthy or memorable, really. So, the main event was a good match. You had the Motor City Machine Guns taking on Bullet Club of Jay White and what the hell's his name? I can't remember his darn name now. But yeah, it was a good match. gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna have to look this up. It's gonna drive me nuts if I can't remember the hell it was. Damn it. Oh, Chris Bay. That's who it was. For some reason, I always forget Chris Bay's name, and I don't know why. I don't think this is the first time I've done that on this show. Is forget who Chris Bay is. So yeah. It's interesting. I was just peeked over there at the WWE thing. The pre-show, instead of being in the stadium, is outside in the parking lot area. As you're going to the stadium. That's different. Usually they had the pre-show set inside the stadium or arena that they're at. And no, they're outside the stadium there in Dallas. They're playing in the stadium. Yeah, they're playing. They're doing the show in the stadium that the Cowboys play in, which it's in Dallas suburbs, wherever the hell it is out there. So, but yeah, they're outside the stadium, not in it. Just to change of pace. So, yeah, I'm just talking to myself. So, nobody in here yet. I know Kingpin was out there in the chat earlier when I was getting things set up. He said he was going to be late, which I'm not surprised. He's probably still working. So, let's see. Yep, they're still just talking. Booker T running his mouth right now. I ain't really worried about what they're talking about. Just wait to see if they do a match. They'll actually have something to talk about. Fuck, it's been more than a minute, man. It's been 8 minutes. So you're 7 minutes late. Shame on you. How dare you? Look, God, in the awnings. Trying to think what else we got going on. This is normally the wrestling show's day, so I'm trying to think of something wrestling related. And other than WrestleMania, really, there ain't much of anything going on this week. Oh, Jay Lethal turned heel last night. That was something that happened at the ROH show. That was part of the reason Samoa Joe debut is after their match between, I forget who it was, but Jay Lethal came out, interfered, turned heel, and then Joe came out and stopped and confronted Lethal and chased him off and did a little thing where he was saying why he was there and everything. So, yep, yeah, Jay Lethal turned heel and Samoa Joe returned last night. That's all I know of for sure from the Ring of Honor show. That happened after the main event as the show was coming off the air. So, anything else from the show, I have no idea what happened. So, for all I know, maybe the Briscoes did perform and they lost their tag team titles. I don't know. I do not know. I planned on watching that earlier, but then my wife decided she wanted to go grocery shopping, like I said, and I didn't get a chance to. There was a few shows I wanted to watch today so that I could have something to talk about right now. That didn't happen. So, like I said, Rampage last night, there wasn't much of anything that happened. It was a couple of good matches, but that's about all that happened there. You had Jamie Hayter qualify for the Owen Hart Memorial Tournament doohickey with Owen Hart that's being promoted with AEW and the Owen Hart Foundation, which I have no idea what that's even a charity for, but that's they're doing a women's tournament. So I don't know why, because AEW's women's division isn't all that good, really. I mean, they got a few good women's wrestlers, and the rest are all mediocre. So why they're doing a women's tournament, your guess is as good as mine. But I'm not looking for big things to happen with that tournament, to be perfectly honest with you. I think the tournament would have been better served being a men's tournament, simply because their men's roster is so much better than their women's roster. I mean, if AEW is lacking anywhere, it's their women's division. That's for darn sure. Sorry, I had to get a drink. My mouth was getting dried out from all this talking because nobody else is in here. The usual crew hasn't shown up yet. Again, they're probably all working except for Buck, which I have no idea what Buck is doing. You're now 11 minutes late, Buck. Come on, man. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? I know G23 is doing his show right now, too, so like, maybe that's a factor. I don't know. But it's his usual night, so I'm not going to fault him for that. Yeah, I know he's doing every second matters chat over there because it is the second of the month, so that is a thing today. And I was carrying my HK USP while we were out shopping today. So that was a thing. So it's hard enough keeping talking when you got a group of people in here. It's hard when it's just yourself and you really don't have anything to talk about. Something just got blowed up on the pre-show. They're going through, I guess, moments at WrestleMania, and I clicked over there and just saw something exploding. Don't know what it was.
Baby, I know what I meant to tell you. The tornado watch didn't go off on
Oh my god. Oh, there's Buck is over on the watch side, so maybe he'll jump in here. Didn't played a little sound that he was there. Uh, okay, MKJ, I'll take your word for that. I don't have the audio on with them right now, so I have no idea what they're saying. Yeah, for those of you, MKJ said I'm doing a good job, better than the pre-show. Evening, Buck.
Hey, I'm finally making it my rounds in here.
You're only a little bit late. It was at 6:04 p.m. my time when you said you were going to be here. It's 6:19 now, so you're 14 minutes late.
Well, I had a couple things to do.
Yeah, sure, likely story. And I'm dropping firearms magazines. I gotta see where the hell that went. There. So, have you gotten to see any of the wrestling stuff that's been going on yet this weekend? I watched Rampage last night, and that was it.
No, it's been a little crowded around here, so I ain't had a chance to watch much at all.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend, more so than any other weekend of the year, if you're a wrestling fan, there's a little bit of everything for everybody. You know, I don't know if you were listening or not, but yeah, ROH did a show last night. AEW did a show last night, which basically means that AEW did 2 shows last night. If you stop and think about it, I mean, ROH being owned by Tony Khan now, it might as well be owned by ROH, right? I mean, AEW. And then you got Impact doing the shows either last night or tonight. You got night 1 of WrestleMania. We lost Buck again. What happened? We lost Buck. Hopefully he's not going to be having technical issues and be able to stick around. Yep, there he is. He's back. What happened? You hit the wrong button?
No, my internet is sucking tonight for some reason.
Yeah. Anyway, what did you? How much of what I was saying did you hear before your internet cut out?
You was kind of road butting a little bit. That's when I knew I was in trouble.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was talking about how you got plenty of wrestling this weekend, no matter what you like, because you got Ring of Honor was last night, which basically might as well have been an AEW show because Ring of Honor is owned by Tony Khan, who also owns AEW. AEW had their usual Friday night show, which is actually pre-recorded after Dynamite on Wednesdays. So you had that show last night. It was either last night or tonight where you got Impact doing a show where they're in conjunction with Pro Wrestling Noah and New Japan, and I think there's one other promotion that's involved in that. So you had that. That might be last night or tonight. I'm probably going to think that might actually be tonight because I think the Briscoes were supposed to be on both the ROH and that show. So, but they're both going to be in Dallas, so they could have been at both shows last night. Who knows? But yeah, so we got that going on. And you got, of course, WrestleMania tonight and tomorrow night. So there's a little bit of wrestling for everybody out there this weekend.
Yeah, the way my internet is, I'll probably be in and out. So just keep an eye for me in the back room. Hey, MK, how you doing? Yeah, we got her daughter and her husband moved back in with the 2 kids. Yeah.
Don't have those issues. Got 2 kids living at home, but no grandkids.
Well, I don't know. It's all good, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes those things happen, especially with the economy the way it is,
Yeah, well, they were in Florida, and then they moved back here. Probably a good time because I've seen they look like they had some bad storms coming down through there.
I haven't seen. Yeah, we haven't been home all day, so I don't know. I haven't seen any of the news or anything.
Yeah, they got furniture all over the place, and we're painting the house, so more furniture is out. And
Okay,
then
so
I
they're
think,
staying with you while their new place gets painted. Is that what you're saying?
no, we're painting here.
Oh, you're painting there.
While
Okay.
yeah, while they moving in, and then we got carpet people coming in next Thursday. Can't wait to get back to work. To be honest with you, take a break.
Yeah, when work is the vacation, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, MKJ was asking if there's any matches on the pre-show. I honestly I couldn't tell you, but it's WrestleMania, so usually they have 1 or 2. But again, you go back to Elimination Chamber, there wasn't a single match on the pre-show. So honestly, MKJ, I don't know. Especially with it being 2 nights, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the show's supposed to start at 7 or 8. I mean, this is I didn't even realize the pre-show was starting at 6 until I went and looked when I was setting everything up, because I was setting up just the StreamYard side, and on a whim, I went over and, well, not on a whim, but I actually I had to find out, because I went over to Peacock to see when the show started, and it was like, oh shit, this starts in an hour. I was getting everything set up at 5, thinking that we would get started at 7, and it's like, no, it's starting at 6. Like, oh, okay. Don't you got a show right now, G23? What are you doing over here? He's out there asking, what is this? Damn it, now I lost my train of thought.
Your little thumbnail said it started at 10.
What started at 10?
The wrestling show.
My thumbnail?
10. Yeah.
What? Why would it say that?
I don't know. I was looking at it earlier.
Okay. I have no idea what's going on there.
I said, well, that's probably Eastern time, so it'd probably be about 9 o'clock. So I started doing some other stuff. Then I seen you went live. I said, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm looking on I haven't refreshed YouTube yet, and it's saying that it was scheduled for 4/2/22 at 6 p.m. So I don't know what the hell's going on there, Buck.
Maybe it was mine. Might have been. Like I say, my internet's all wacky.
Yeah. You know what it might have been? If your internet's acting up, that might have been Pacific time.
It could be. All I remember saying 10 p.m. I said, well, it's Eastern, so it'd be 9 o'clock. I'm good to go.
Man, if we were starting at 10 o'clock, we would be late for our normal show.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of, you know what? The Impact show may have been last night, because that was supposed to start at 10 Eastern. So if that was starting at 10 Eastern and they had the ROH show first, they could have had the Impact show after that. I don't know. I'll find out for sure tomorrow when I go to watch both of them if they're both up. Since Gary's not going to have a show tomorrow morning and whatnot because he's in Tulsa.
Yeah, I know, man. Don't rub that in. Goddamn, Clover been sending out shit all day.
Has he? Oh, yeah. What, Instagram?
No, little Facebook things. I mean, YouTube.
Yeah, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't been home, so I don't know. I haven't really got a chance to really look at YouTube since before 12 o'clock this morning, so I don't know. I think I watched a little bit of that while I was waiting for this to go live. I watched because I wanted to find out what was going on with Samoa Joe, because I saw the video that somebody that Wrestle Talk had posted about Samoa Joe joining ROH and AEW. So I watched just enough of that before I went live here so I knew what the hell was going on with that story. So that's all I've seen other than Rampage Wrestling from the wrestling this weekend so far, or anything else that's happened so far. But I haven't seen any of the coverage from Tulsa or anything yet.
Yeah, I almost went in there and laid down, take a little nap before the show tonight.
If I'd have did that, I wouldn't have woke up in time to do the show. But yeah, G23. Yeah, G23 went live 26 minutes ago, but he took the time to stop over here and say something. So, yeah, righty. I guess I won't fault him for that. Hey, it looks like we're getting a match. Maybe? No? I don't know. Are they just talking? I don't know. Man, let me see. Where's that mute button? Nope, they're just showing a graphic. So what do you think? You think? Oh, before I go down that rabbit hole, Shane McMahon has apparently rejoined WWE. So let me run this by you and see what you think. Okay. There are unconfirmed reports that Cody Rhodes has joined WWE. There are reports that Shane McMahon has rejoined WWE. There are conflicting reports that Shane McMahon or Cody Rhodes is Seth Rollins' mystery opponent tonight. Which one do you think it is? Or makes more sense for it
Oh,
to be?
uh, hmm, I don't know if Shane McMahon would be the mystery partner.
No, opponent, not partner.
Oh, opponent.
Yeah.
Probably be Cody Rhodes. Shane McMahon probably just lucky to get his job back.
Yeah. After the way they said happened with Shane and how he lost his job, I'm surprised that Vince brought him back. But Vince will bring anybody back if the price is right. I mean, Vince has said he would bring back CM Punk if the terms were right on the contract that Punk asked for. But Punk has stated emphatically that he will never work for Vince McMahon again. When he was doing their WWE talk show doohickey that they had on Fox Sports before SmackDown every week, Punk wasn't working for Vince. Punk was working for Fox Sports at that point. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people think that Punk went back and was working for Vince McMahon when that happened. He wasn't. He was working for Fox Sports in and of itself.
Yeah, I've seen
Uh,
a lot of people say they never work for Vince McMahon again, and hell, a couple years down the road, they're back.
yeah, money talks, man.
Yeah,
If Vince wants somebody bad enough, he has the money to go out and get them. We've seen that I don't know how many times in the past. And then he tends to piss people off and they leave even though he's offering them a better contract when their contract expires. For references, see Arn Anderson, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan. I could go down the list. Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior. You know, there's lots of people that Vince pisses off and they decide they're not going to work for him again. But then later on, they do end up coming back again. See Arn Anderson, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, not Randy Savage. Savage died. Savage never did go back to work for Vince after WCW folded. So I mean, there's plenty of examples of Vince pissing people off and them saying that they weren't going to go back to work for him. There's plenty of people that Vince did piss off, and when contract negotiations came back up, they didn't sign back with that contract. They went somewhere else, but later came back. So I mean, it's I'm shocked with the way that Cody left, that he would go back to working for Vince. Because of the whole.
I know that's kind of quick too on it.
Well, Cody had been gone for a number of years because he had been wrestling in
Well,
ROH and New
no,
Japan before
I'm,
AEW.
I'm thinking about his son.
Well, Cody Rhodes is. Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
Shane?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, Shane had been gone for a while too. Shane had quit the company, and he had sold all his stock and everything in the company. Shane
Oh,
had bowed
he
out.
wasn't working behind the scenes.
Shane had, no, Christ, this was over 10 years ago now. I think he had quit working for them, and he was so set on not going back to working for them that he sold off all his stock and everything. Shane owns absolutely nothing in the company
Oh
anymore.
shit! I thought he was a behind the scenes type thing.
No, he had absolutely
Oh, okay.
quit, and he went to work for some Chinese company as an executive in this Chinese company, doing I forget what it was, but he was working as a U.S. representative for some Chinese company that was importing something, I forget what, some industrial types equipment and stuff like that. He had gotten completely out of the wrestling business altogether.
Huh. I didn't know that. I always thought he was behind the scenes, just being a silent partner type.
Nope, he had completely left wrestling. He got so fed up. with his dad and the nonsense that he couldn't work for him anymore. I mean, he still kept in touch with his dad and everything. I mean, their family and everything. So, he would still go to Christmas and Thanksgiving dinner and all that kind of stuff. But as far as wrestling was concerned, he was done for quite a few years. And I'm not sure
Damn, I
exactly
never
why
knew
he
that.
went back. Yeah. I keep checking my email to see if Jason has emailed me because if he's going to be late, he usually will email me. But I haven't heard anything from him yet. He might still be working. I even got a chance to check his messages. I mean, wasn't the best of days. I mean, but it was in the upper 50s and sunny here, so he probably had the same kind of weather out there, which in Ohio, which means he's working his ass off today.
Hell, it's 72 here right now, it says.
Yeah, we hit a high of 57.
Damn, y'all got a heat wave.
Oh hell, it was in the 70s like 2 weeks ago. Then it got super cold again, so we warmed up today. Last
Yeah,
weekend we had last weekend and earlier in the week we had winter storm warnings.
we didn't have that. We had frosting one morning.
My wife just said they're calling for a chance of snow tomorrow.
Rain. I was looking because we got to do the yard with the
Oh
weeds
my
and stuff.
god, it's nuts. This weather has been absolutely insane so
Did
far
you
this
hear
year.
me? It's because I was looking about the weed spray.
hmm It was still winter, and we hit almost 80 the one day. That was in February. I mean, this weather's been absolutely
Yeah, we had a
insane.
few of them days.
There. Yep. Pick you up here. Hold on a second, kitty.
So,
We
which
got
wrestling is this tonight?
WWE. It's WrestleMania. But
WWE.
here, MKJO's favorite part of the show. It's the kitty cam. There's a little kitten. There you go, MKJO. There's your kitten shot for the night. That's his favorite thing other than the outro. Hey, Kingpin's here. It didn't make a sound when you jumped in.
Sneaky.
So you're going to be Mr. Deeds' next butler?
Don't underestimate the sneakiness, sir.
Sneaky, sneaky. Yeah, they're still running their mouths over there. Hey, that's a giant Snicker bar. Looks like they're doing a commercial for the video game now.
Saw a video titled, I didn't watch the video, but Triple H has to give up weightlifting and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because of what we were talking about last week. He's got to quit doing all that kind of physical stuff. Apparently, they got a live DJ at WrestleMania. They got it. He was on the big scoreboard thing. I don't know if you guys saw that just now. Yeah, Thursday was the Hall of Fame, I believe. So Undertaker is now officially a Hall of Famer. And don't ask me who else went to the Hall of Fame because I don't know.
What the hell is all this shit about KO, Kevin Owens, calling out Steve Austin?
Yeah, that's something. We don't know what's going to happen with that. There's speculation that Steve Austin may go back, have a wrestling match or something tonight. And we have nobody knows for sure what's going on with that.
That old son of a bitch probably break his hip like goddamn Goldberg did.
I don't know. Austin's kept himself in pretty good shape. I mean, other than the neck issues that caused him to have to retire.
His knees are bad on him too, though. How you doing, Kingpin?
Oh, not too bad, man. Not too bad.
Kingpin talked about the Austin thing a couple weeks ago on the wrestling show. Austin does all that crazy, like extreme hunting stuff and whatnot down there in Texas, where it's just you, a pack, and a rifle, and you go out for days hunting deer and stuff. So you got to be in fairly good physical condition to be doing that kind of stuff. Oh, hot damn! Scott Steiner in a WWE event. They're showing clips from the Hall of Fame. Scott Steiner went into the Hall of Fame with his brother. I'm shocked. I am literally shocked because Scott was one of those guys. I'm never going to go work for Vince McMahon again, or I'm never going to do anything that Vince McMahon wants to do. But apparently he got over it and him and Rick went into the Hall of Fame last night.
Damn internet.
So I guess you missed what I was just saying, Buck.
Yeah, it was all roboting.
Yeah, Scott Steiner and Rick Steiner went into the Hall of Fame last night.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, and remember, Scott's one of those. Remember how we were just talking about guys that wouldn't ever have anything to do with Vince McMahon again? Scott Steiner's one of those guys.
Yeah.
I wonder if his nephew being in NXT had anything to do with that. And his brother and his nephew, if they talked him into it. But yeah, Vader went in too. Yep. MKJO. Shad Gaspard got the Warrior Award, I guess, for reasons. Guess because of his son dying or something, or him dying trying to save his son, I guess, is a reason. I don't know. But Vince McMahon also, I believe, went into the Hall of Fame as well. And yeah, Undertaker. Vince inducted the Undertaker. I know that much. They're showing Vince McMahon. They showed a clip from Vince McMahon inducting Undertaker with some of the Undertaker's costumes over the years on mannequins around there. So. Undertaker with the headset microphone. He looks like a god dang inspirational speaker or something. I'll have to go back and watch that ceremony because I didn't get a chance to watch that either. It should be an interesting one with the Steiner brothers, especially.
Yeah, the Undertaker looks totally different in that.
That's
He
because
don't
he's
look
wearing a
right
suit.
without his hat.
Yeah. He's wearing a suit, man. You never seen the Undertaker wearing a suit before?
Hell no. All I seen was in his ring attire or a t-shirt.
There he goes and put on the trench and the hat. These guys always look different when you see them actually in street clothes. Because you're used to seeing them in their wrestling gear and stuff. And they're back to running in their mouths again. So. Yeah, but it looks like an interesting class for the Hall of Fame this year. The Steiner brothers, Vader, and The Undertaker. Well, everybody knew The Undertaker was going in. He was the headline. But nobody was sure. Then they announced Vader. But other than Vader and Undertaker, nobody was sure who all was going into the Hall of Fame because they really hadn't said anything this year.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't say too much about it this year, did they?
No. It was, for a long time, people thought Undertaker was the only person that was going to be going into the Hall of Fame, and then they announced Vader like a week ago. I don't know if they announced the Steiner brothers some point on Monday or something, but I had no idea they were going in. And then they quietly announced on Twitter or something that Shad Gaspard was going to be getting the Warrior Award. I guess for charitable things that he done and the way he died trying to save his son. Well, he did save his son, and it cost him his own life. It cost him his life. His son was drowning. He got him out of the water and ended up getting caught in an undercurrent himself and drowning in the process while saving his son. So this was a few years ago now that happened. But he had been doing a lot of work with kids and stuff before that, so the Vader Award. I mean, yeah, the Vader Award. I'm looking at the YouTube chat, seeing where MKJO said Vader, and so I said Vader instead of Warrior. But the Warrior Award usually goes to somebody who overcame some kind of uh, hardship or what have you, or was trying to. And because the first Warrior Award recipient was, what was his name? Connor the Crusher. I can't remember his last name, but he was a little kid who, a year after he got the Warrior Award, actually died of various brain cancers that he had. But that kid, that kid, whenever they would have him on TV because his thing would Make a Wish and whatnot that he did was that he would do stuff with the various wrestlers from time to time, man. And that kid, you couldn't help but laugh and smile when that kid was on screen because that kid had a personality. I mean, he was only like 7 or 8 years old, but he had it to where he could have been a professional wrestler and he would have been over. You know what I mean? He was over just on his personality as a kid. You know, yeah, it's one of those what could have been kind of things. And, yeah, when they said he died, that sucked. They did a tribute for him on the Raw after he died, and none of the wrestlers could the biggest baddest heel was crying his eyes out when they were doing the tribute for the kid.
I remember the name, but I don't think I remember what the hell he looked like.
Just look up Connor the Crusher. I'm sure you find pictures of him. Here, I'll see if I can find one real quick. Yeah, lots of pictures of him. Over here. I don't know if I can share two things at once. I'll try. Okay, you seeing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's him with Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson anyway.
Oh,
If you look, Connor has the actual tag team title, and Daniel Bryan's got his replica one, little toy one.
okay. Yeah. Yeah. I remember something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, this would have been back when Danielson and Kane were the WWE Tag Team Champions. That kid went through hell, literal hell, with all the surgeries and stuff he went through trying to save his life. They said when he passed, man, there wasn't a dry eye among any of the wrestlers on the stage when they were doing the tribute for him. They all just loved that kid. Yeah, it looks like they're setting up or they're talking about anyway, whatever's going to be going on with Austin and KO. We still ain't got no matches yet, and it's 10-7. So maybe we're not going to have any matches on the pre-show.
I think the last one we watched didn't have none on it.
Yeah, I know. Usually the pre-show for WrestleMania is 2 hours, but then they were starting at 5 o'clock for those too, and it wasn't a two-nighted thing either. So I don't know. Maybe they're not going to do matches on the pre-show anymore. You remember when we watched the AEW pay-per-view earlier? Well, no, that would have been last month. I was going to say earlier this month, but no, because it's not March anymore. They had nothing but matches on their pre-show. There was 3 matches on their pre-show?
Yeah, 3 good ones too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what WWE is doing. Kingpin, you're being quiet.
Same old, man. Just people around.
Uh, I'm trying to remember who has won the Warrior Award. You had Connor the Crusher, like I said, he was the first one to win it. And that award is named for Ultimate Warrior. Obviously, that came about. I think it was the year after he had died, because he came back to get inducted to the Hall of Fame. Then was on WrestleMania the night after the Hall of Fame. Then he was on the Raw after WrestleMania, and then 2 days, I think it was 2 days after that, he was dead. He had a massive heart attack and died in their hotel parking lot before they could leave. I don't remember what city they were in that year, but yeah, he never made it out of the city. He died right there as they were checking out of their hotel. People speculated as to whether he knew that he was had um, and how much longer he was going to be alive for. If like if he had any hint that he was dying or anything, and his wife said no. It's just one of those things that happens. That there was no indication that he had any kind of heart issues or any kind of illness or anything. So, and then Connor got the inaugural Warrior Award the next year. And a month after he got that award, he was dead. But with in his case, people knew he was dying. He was terminally ill. There was nothing that the doctors could do to save him at that point.
Hey, how many years has it been since the Ultimate Warrior died?
It's been a few. The exact number, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. In fact, I will do that. He died in 2014. So it's been 8 years.
Damn, it don't seem like it's been that long.
No, it doesn't.
Damn, time flies when you get old.
Uh-huh.
Hell, at this rate, I might as well go ahead and start Christmas shopping now.
Hell, it'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Shit, who can afford to go Christmas shopping this year? I don't know. Did you see where they're estimating that the average food bill is going to go up $400 for the average family of four?
Damn.
Yeah, that comes out to being like $5,000 more a year that people are going to be paying on their grocery bills. Thank you, Biden.
You wanted to get rid of
All I got to say, the old lady better start eating some damn beans.
Shit, have you seen the price of a can of beans?
No, I'm talking about like pinto beans, beans in a
Have you seen
bag.
Have you seen the price of a bag of dried beans? It's not cheap anymore. I mean,
Nope.
oh my God, the prices on things are getting ridiculous. RC 2 months ago, when on sale, would have been $1 a bottle for a 2 liter, right? Two for
Yeah.
$3 today on sale.
Yeah.
A dang bottle of RC costs more per gallon than a gallon of gasoline. You figure 2 liters of a
Shit.
little bit more than a half gallon.
I think I might have to go talk to that girl who works down there at the little country store down here.
Oh, no, it's still under on sale. It's still under gas price. Gas prices were $3.87 today for regular unleaded. When
We are still at
yeah.
370. No, we're at 374.
Yeah. If
It went
the
down again.
2 liter being around, excuse me, half gallon, that means two for $3. That's what, a little under $3 a gallon for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least your RC, folks, is cheaper than gasoline right now. Now
So
milk
far.
milk prices were cheaper than a gallon of gas too. That milk was what, $2.74 for a gallon of it?
Walmart brand.
Yeah, look,
Other brands before something.
yeah, Walmart brand, yeah, store brand was, but some of the local dairies, the
A lot of these people are going to learn how we had to shop years ago. We've always budget shopped.
that's because I grew up budget shopping.
So did we. We lived off the land.
The only thing we don't have around here is warehouse stores. I mean, real warehouse stores where you go into a warehouse. I'm not talking Sam's Club or Costco. I mean, an actual warehouse where you would just buy whatever the overrun was from the shipping yards directly.
I'm hoping we didn't.
We had those in Pittsburgh because we had the strip district.
Problem is, nobody nowadays know how to cook like your grandmother did. Shit, your grandma could go into the kitchen and take anything out and make a damn complete meal out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you go into the kitchen with a pack of hot dogs and a can of baked beans, and you had a casserole.
Yeah.
Slice up or shred up some cheese to throw on top, and with some breadcrumb for a crust.
Yeah. She pulled out enough to feed like 2 people and ended up feeding 8.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Damn, I heard that one. We got the cats a new toy. It's one of those shark things that flops around.
Well, it's got to get charged. I think
they
wore it out.
Our girl, the adult female cat, just smacked the hell out of the Siamese.
All of them I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I heard her smack him. I heard that one. Kingpin out there in the chat being a smarty ass says, think of how big a store that sells warehouses must be.
Pretty damn big.
Yeah, but no, this store I'm talking about. It was called KML. It was in the strip district of Pittsburgh. It was in a warehouse. The store itself was in a warehouse, and you used to get like the big tubs of like restaurant supply, like ketchup and mustard and stuff in there. This was long before there was ever a Costco or a Sam's Club, and they would sell the big tub of it that you would see in restaurants. They would put in the counter at the restaurant where they had like the lettuce, tomato dispensers and stuff in the counter, and they would have the spoon that they would scoop out the ketchup and mustard with. It was that kind of bin that you would go into this store and you would buy. My mother would fill jars of like Miracle Whip jars with Miracle Whip from there, or ketchup bottles from there with that ketchup from there, mustard and stuff, because it was so much cheaper than going and buying ketchup or anything like that in the supermarket. And it was like actual Miracle Whip brand. I think it was French's mustard, or it might have been Heinz mustard, Heinz ketchup, all that. It was good name brand stuff. You were just buying it in huge bulk supplies that even Sam's Club and Costco don't sell. Excuse me. She would get big can of like Bush's baked beans, a restaurant size can of that, and she would recan it in jars ball jars.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to learn how to do that canning stuff.
Yeah, I haven't the foggiest idea how to do it. I've never.
It's been a long time since I did anything like that. Well,
Ketchup in a
since I helped
bottle
my
of plastic
grandmother do
cup.
it.
Kingpin would rather talk out in the YouTube chat apparently.
Well, I was going to interject, but I didn't. I couldn't find a good time to interrupt the conversation for that one. So I figured I'd just wait until you noticed it in the chat. I was waiting on it for a while. As soon as you started talking about growing apart, I was like, lap of luxury.
Yeah, but it was like my mother was doing like restaurants actually would do. I don't know if either of you guys have ever worked in a restaurant, but we would refill the ketchup bottles at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Because you get a
that,
box, you get a ketchup in a box, in like a big bag with a pour tab on it, and then you'd fill all your ketchup bottles out of that giant bag.
yeah. Well, we used to the restaurant I worked at. We got a tub of it, right, which had like a plastic film over the top, and you would peel back the plastic tub, and you would use a ladle then you would ladle the ketchup into the bottle using a funnel.
Oh, that's the ghetto way to do it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's how
That's
we
the
did
way
it.
we were stuck doing like the mayonnaise and the ranch.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that's we got it. It was cheaper, but we got it direct from Heinz. It was cheaper than the box because the box had like you said, the pour spout and stuff. It was cheaper just to get the tubs of it. So that's the way the owner of the store did it.
Come to think of it, ketchup is the only thing I've ever seen in a bag like that. Like even mustard
Mm-hmm.
just came in like those giant, what are they, gallon tubs or half
Yeah,
gallon tubs?
it's not, the ones we got were like 2 gallons. They were big things. But yeah, we would use, and then once you pulled the plastic off, there was a plastic lid that you would put on top of it, and you would stick it in your big restaurant refrigerator. And then the next day you would refill with whatever was left before you would open up another one if you had to. MKJO says that they
So
use
that's the real
plastic.
reason you hate mayonnaise, right, Kingpin? Dumping all them bottles out.
No, unfortunately, I was a team player, so I was the only one that would, after you would get so deep, I'd cut the bottle in half so you could get the most amount of the disgusting white stuff out of there so my boss, get his money's worth.
Mm-hmm.
People actually, like, you could see through the window behind the bar into the kitchen. So a bunch of people that were like the regulars that would sit at the bar saw me doing that one day, cutting the plastic bottles in half so I could get the rest out, and they were amazed that I would do such a thing. And I was like, yeah, Robert pays money for this stuff. You know, why would I throw, you know, basically half of one of those little silver trays that you see at like McDonald's that you get the ketchup out of for the burgers and stuff. You're throwing like half of one of those away if you don't cut the bottle open and scrape the sides.
Yeah, according to what they're saying,
Unfortunately, there you go.
WrestleMania starts at 8 tonight. So guess we are going to get a 2-hour pre-show, and it looks like it's going to be 2 hours of nothing but them running their mouths.
Talk about guns.
Well, we can talk about ketchup some more. MKJO says he'll be back later. Alrighty. Well, he said that earlier too, and then he never left. So I don't know.
How's that new reload and stuff working out for you there, Buck? Have you set it up and used it yet?
Oh, yes. Used it today, matter of fact.
Oh, nice.
Made me some freedom seeds today.
What caliber you reload?
Oh, I just made some 9mm up. Think I'm going to wait till in the morning and make some 300 blackout up. Head out to the range tomorrow.
If you ever want to join the Georgia Shooting Connection on the panel, Jamie, I'm sure would be happy to send you a link if you want to talk some reloading one night.
Shit, I probably don't know that much about it.
Yeah, those guys
I
are
kind of
pretty
like
skilled.
sitting back, kind of listening.
I come in for comic relief.
I'm sure they would answer any questions you had too, Buck. You can get on there.
Oh yeah, I asked him a few questions before.
Yeah. I mean, that's how Kingpin got started being on my shows. He had questions about stuff. I was like, why don't you just jump on the panel and be easier to answer?
That's how I got started on Jamie's show. Scotsman called me up and was like, "Look, Jamie wants you to join the show whenever you get a chance and help keep the conversation flowing." And he knows you got a lot of questions, so Jamie started sending me links so I could hop in and ask them questions, basically. But that was what, like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, 4 weeks in a row. We did that on your channel, Rich.
Yeah, I think we had a couple of episodes. If you go back and look, they're like either David Asks or Kingpin Asks are the names of the show.
Yeah, I might jump in one of these days.
I think I'm going to go with the SIG 1911. I got to get me a new gun. And I don't know if you guys saw what I remember how I was talking about somebody that we know got a really nice gun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know if that person sent you guys the pictures or not, but it's sticking me right in the ribs. He even named it "Damn It, Dave." he got. I was looking for the Colt competition, and he got basically better gun than that at his local. And I can't find a Colt 1911 nowhere.
Yeah, they're hard to find sometimes.
I didn't know which is kind of weird because my local FFL told me a couple of times. He was like, "Hey, we could try to order it." And then when I went in there to actually order it, he was like, "No, we can't get that. They don't send them to guys like us." Like, I guess independent FFLs Colt don't deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
But if they got, I know they got SIG 1911s in there. They got a bunch of nice little stuff. But if it's not 9mm, I'm definitely not buying it.
Yeah, I just went
Or no,
back and looked.
it is 9mm. I'm sorry. Forgive me, G-Webs.
I just went back and looked. One episode was, this is all the way back in episode 27, was Helping David. And then the next week was Kingpin Asks.
I guess that's right about the time that Ghost and Clover gave me the name.
Yeah. And the one where Helping David was also the episode where Arkansas got constitutional carry. And we had Ghost on the show talking about that on that episode too.
Yeah. My wife asked me the other day. She seen you up there talking Kingpin. I think it was on Georgia Shooting Connection. She said, "Is he a bowler?" I said, "No." I had to go through everything, tell her your name. I said, "Well, Trey and Clover gave him that name. Just call him Kingpin." And it just kind of stuck with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ghost tries to give everybody nicknames. If you haven't noticed,
I'm surprised how fast it stuck because the very next chat, people started calling me that. And I mean, like, not the next Tuesday chat, like the Wednesday chat on Rick's show, people started calling me that. And then it just stuck. So
yeah, the 1% thing that he tried sticking me with hasn't gelled as much as what yours did. Some people every once in a while call me that, but the only one that calls me that regularly anymore is a Ghost still.
And matter of fact, he was the one who gave me this tactical fug because I was down there messing with Clover when I bought that little 22 pistol. And we're going to call him the tactical fud.
and by the way, Rich, everybody loves the the 3%er or 1%er when they call you that. Just to let you know, everybody loves that.
My favorite reaction to my name still was Hank Strange when he's like, that would be a good name for a rapper or something. And Ghost was on the show that night, and he's like, no, that's his real name. And Hank Hank was trying to catch flies in his mouth at that point because his jaw just dropped. That was hilarious. He's like, yeah, his name's Richard White. That's his real name. And Hank was like, you're joking. He's like, no, that's his actual name.
I don't want to say it over the internet, but I'm sure you guys know Scotsman's real name. And one night,
I don't think I do because he's anything he's ever sent me, he just labeled Scotsman.
oh, all right. Well, I don't want to say it live on the air. I don't know if how he feels about that, but I'll tell you some other time. It's pretty funny because it came up in the chat one day, and when we told this dude what his real name was, he was like, "You're joking! No, shut up!"
Yeah, matter of fact, somebody said it not too long ago on his chat.
Yeah, I haven't been able to catch his chat that much, so I don't know.
He hadn't done it in a couple of weeks. Well, he did it last week, but then Bald did like 2 weeks in a row, and I think it was Mario. Mario hosted one.
Yeah, I think. Either of you guys get to watch a G23 show when Mario was on there last weekend? I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to catch that one.
Yeah, it was a good show. I caught part of it anyway.
Yeah, I was wondering how it went. He said G23 said it was a good show. What was it, last Sunday? I think he said something, asked me if I was, he talked about how.
He was real happy about it. He said, I think it was on Chris's show on Wednesday. He said it was probably the best show he's ever done.
Yeah, I didn't get to catch his show on Wednesday either.
Well, you gotta figure. I mean, you got Michael Sedini and Mario Mosen on talking about a pretty serious topic. So, Mario's got a lot of real world experience, and that's kind of what Walk the Talk America is built on.
Yeah. But,
yeah, G said that was the easiest show he ever did. He said all he did is introduce two of them, and they just took the whole show on.
Yeah, I forget what happened last weekend where I couldn't watch. I don't think we were home. I think that might have been it. Weren't home, and then I think that's what it was. Yeah, because we were talking about that on Sunday, I think, because I didn't do the wrestling show. Did I do the wrestling show last week?
Yeah, one last week, Scott Hall.
No, last week was Triple H. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I had just gotten home like a half hour before I had to get the show set up, and so that I was trying to remember because it's been a long week. It's like, what happened? Did we just show this?
Yeah, because one week you had Ellis on.
Yeah, that was the Scott Hall one. That was
Scott
2
Hall.
weeks ago, I think.
I just now saw I got an email from Rob when he did his show earlier today. I'd hop
Yeah.
in with him.
Yeah, I wasn't home. We were out shopping. We were grocery shopping. So,
I watched most of it, but I didn't know he sent me a link, or I'd have hopped in on with him.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was doing a show. We got home. I was like, huh, look at that. Rob sent me a link. I wasn't home. So if you're out there, Rob, sorry, wasn't home. Wasn't avoiding you. Just wasn't home. Yeah, last week we did a short show. By short show, I mean an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget to check out Squib's Every Second Matters video today, too.
Oh, he did one?
Yeah. I think I talked to him a little bit about in his comment section. I really enjoy his version, like the way he does his 2A. He said it a million times. He hasn't said it recently, but like when I first started hanging out, he mentioned it a whole bunch of times that He does his channel the way he does it because that's the everyman, the normal everyday thing that every other person in the world does. There just happens to be a gun there. And when he walks his dog for every second matters, it's just he's just walks his dog a few blocks and comes back, and it's just real simple.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be getting a match, but no, it's just some person out in the crowd interviewing people in the crowd for whatever reason.
I don't have a headset on right now, so when you start the audio over there, if I've got my mic open over here and it's getting the audio issues, let me know and I'll put my earplugs in.
Okay. Yeah, so far I haven't had any reason to turn audio on. It's only been them running their mouths about stuff.
I didn't know Elizabeth died.
Yeah, she died years ago.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I was watching, it came up recommended in my thing, uh, wrestlers that died and what they look like now. So, they took Elizabeth and then fast forwarded her to how old she would look if she was still alive now. And I was like, damn, Elizabeth is dead?
Yeah,
I didn't know
God,
that.
yeah, she died right at what was it? Right after WCW went under. She drug overdose, and Luger was investigated because he was there when it happened. Yeah, her and Lex Luger were dating at the time, and she died of a drug overdose.
Yeah, that's not good. I didn't know she was getting down like that. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
know anything about her, to be honest.
I think it was heroin. I could be wrong, but I think it was heroin. She was doing heroin, or she was doing cocaine with laced with something else, or something. It was something along. It was either heroin or cocaine laced with heroin. I forget which one it was, but it was something along those lines. And yeah, people's gonna mess with that stuff, and what you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're coming from at, and I don't really want to go down that, but the people who legalize all drugs.
Yeah, I'm not saying legalize anything.
Uh, I don't care what somebody else does with their own private life. Yeah, you will once they legalize drugs.
Mm-hmm. I've seen personally what suicide does and the families, and yeah, it's not pretty. And I've seen the drug addiction that came about because of somebody who blamed himself for somebody else's suicide.
Well, a lot of the people use the argument with like Germany, and you got to be like 6 years old before you can drink in Germany or something crazy. And most young kids over there don't even bother. It's like not a thing. But
Mm-hmm.
they've lived like that for a long time. If you switch the lights off in America to, hey, drugs are legal, expecting that this next generation of kids are going to be like, oh, drugs are stupid, then you're an idiot.
Mm-hmm. All you
You
gotta
know,
do is look at Colorado.
it'll take 5, 6, 7 generations of people not surviving from drug addiction before
Yeah,
people are like, oh, that's stupid. I don't want to do that.
yeah. Look at Colorado. Right when Colorado legalized marijuana, the DUI rate in Colorado more than doubled.
Yeah, those kind of numbers are a little bit suspect to me because at any point in time I smell weed, here's a DWI for weed, or oh, your eyes are red, here's a DWI for weed. And people, when it's non-criminalized and you can drive it from your house to your buddy's house, when you get pulled over and they find it on you, that's instantly up, oh, drugs on the scene type of thing. So they pad those numbers out quite a bit. The problem is people thought it was going to destroy the black market, and all it did was make it 10 times bigger and 10 times stronger black market. And
The black market's still going to exist because black market, you're not paying taxes on it.
and there's no limitation. You can get as much as you want.
Yeah.
Those medical stores, you've got a prescription, which is a certain amount of grams each month. Now I know that you can get tons and tons of weed each month, but they're still limited.
Mm-hmm.
And
No, you probably.
they also don't talk about, what was it, the last like 6 months. I think like 5 people have been killed in
Mm-hmm.
weed store robberies.
Yeah. Well, it goes to the. Hear me out on this. This goes kind of to the thing with the ATF. Everybody talks about the ATF, but then they only think about the firearms aspect of it, right? Nobody thinks about the other stuff that the ATF does when they're doing all this defund the ATF and stuff. Because you got, I don't know how much you know. You might know about this, Kingpin, because you live where you live and with the gangs and stuff and down there. But the counterfeit tobacco and the counterfeit alcohol issue is a big one that people don't talk about. If it's there's counterfeit tobacco that comes in across the southern border, just like the drugs come across the southern border, and you don't know what the hell's in that shit. They're putting there's stuff in there. People think that the tobacco you get from Philip Morris is bad. Get a pack of Marlboro that are counterfeit Marlboro from one of those Mexican cartels coming across the southern border, and I guarantee you the shit that's in that's worse than anything you would get going to a grocery store and buying a pack of Marlboro. And that's one of the things the ATF does. Another thing is the counterfeit alcohol. You get counterfeit alcohol coming across that southern border with a Jack Daniels label on it, and that shit's got formaldehyde and shit in it. You don't want to be drinking that shit, and it kills thousands of people every year. And this is one of the things that the ATF is fighting. So, I mean, I get the ATF. We need to stop the ATF being able to regulate firearms the way they think that they can. But there's stuff the ATF does that isn't bad as well. You know?
I don't care. I mean, I don't care what you do at your house as long as it's not hurting somebody else. Uh, and I mean that in like a physical, mental, and emotional direct way, not like, because I understand if you're a crackhead at in the privacy of your own home, you've got family members that are going to suffer from that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's obviously that's none of my business. Your family, you treat your family how you want to. I vote don't be jerks to people, but you can live your life how you want. And if you want to do crack and if you want to make drugs less punishable for the end user, we can have those type of conversations. But the people that are like, oh, I don't care what anybody does, just legalize drugs and get it over with. That's gonna absolutely ravage this country. And
Mm-hmm.
marijuana, just by the way, is illegal almost everywhere on planet Earth. There's very few places where they tolerate marijuana.
Yeah. You always hear people talking about how you go over to the Netherlands and marijuana is legal. No, it's not. Nationally, marijuana is not legal in the Netherlands. It's only legal in Amsterdam, and they've started cracking down on that because the amount of involvement that organized crime was getting, as well as the prostitution. The only place in the Netherlands where prostitution was legal was in Amsterdam. And the government of the Netherlands has started cracking down on that shit in that city.
My thing, one of the arguments that I used to have with myself and discussions I'd have with some friends of mine when the whole legalizing weed thing. Well, with the planet to being the way it is, the federal government is very, very, very unlikely to ever legalize marijuana unless the rest of the planet legalizes it as well. State by state, the states are going to do what the people of the state vote and the will of the people. So if it's legal there, it's legal there. Uh, when I think the stronger argument, and this is kind of like the whole loophole, the bump stock, and the binary trigger, and all this other kind of stuff that people spend millions of dollars creating to just have the government ban and confiscate, as opposed to spending those millions of dollars going after those specific laws. You make these loop arounds and loop arounds like the auto key card guy. The marijuana people had a whole bunch of people standing up there saying, "My body, my choice. Let me do what I want in the privacy of my home. The government shouldn't tell me." And I'm all for that as long as you're willing to accept those risks. If you die, if you get emphysema from smoking marijuana, no tax dollars are going towards you. No charity dollars, except for charity that you've received, is going to you. Like if people came to you. So basically, if you don't want to wear a helmet, scoop your own head off the ground. But I don't think there should be helmet laws. But the marijuana people decided to go, it's medicine. And marijuana is not medicine at all. Zero. Period. I know more about weed than anybody on the internet here knows about weed, and then some. Marijuana is no form of medicine whatsoever. You're never going to convince me you can't. There's no argument that you're going to have just to convince me that marijuana is a medicine. And they treat it with prescriptions, but they have sales. You've never went to your doctor's office and got half price Percocet or half price blood thinner or 2-for-1s and stuff like that. They sell marijuana medicine on deals, which I'm saying all that to say, instead of jumping on the medical thing, there's people out there that get medical benefits. It increases their appetite, it helps their anxiety and different stuff like that. Those people have their argument. Let them stand over there and make their case. Then the trillion other people who just want to smoke weed and get high should still be saying my body, my choice, instead of pretending like it's medicine.
Now, did you see the independent study that came out a few years ago, where they went to various street dealers and they bought basically a dime bag, and they took it back to the lab and analyzed it, and there was more carcinogenic pesticides in those marijuana cigarettes that they got in those dime bags, or the leaves that they got, because some of them was already pre-wrapped and some of them it was just the loose marijuana. And going from 5 different street vendors, they got 5 different levels of um, pesticides and whatnot in that marijuana, and they compared it to a pack of cigarettes that they had bought off the local gas station, and they broke down that and tested the tobacco leaves, and the marijuana had more pesticides and shit in it than the tobacco did. The stuff that they say is bad for you.
I've seen studies like that. They say there's in the smoke there's more carcinogens in the actual smoke too that you inhale. And once again, I don't care. You smoke weed all you want. I ain't got nothing against weed.
Yeah, but my point is, you get all these people saying that weed's better for you because it doesn't have all that stuff in it. But when you actually look at independent studies that have actually analyzed the marijuana, that stuff's actually in there too.
Well, and also, I mean, I like an honest conversation, and when you go into an honest conversation, you never get embarrassed and you never get made a fool out of, because you're willing to learn things that you don't already know. And when they say where marijuana is natural, nowhere on planet Earth does marijuana grow wild. There's not one patch of Earth anywhere on this planet where marijuana grows wild at this day and time. Now, would it had 1,000 years ago? All this, I don't know about all that stuff. But the hybrid industry and the grow industry has gotten so sophisticated. It's all chemicalized and inbred and all kinds of different stuff. So it's not necessarily natural either.
Yeah, the one place where you may find marijuana growing naturally would be the Himalayas, because that's originally where it came from. And the stuff and if you did, it ain't going to be nothing like what you would buy from your Mexican dealer. Like you were saying, it's been so engineered and crossbred with different varieties of this and that and the other. It's not the same thing.
You can take, like, all 3 of us could take a seed from the same mother plant. You plant it, I plant it, and Bud plants it, or Buck plants it, and we're going to end up with 3 different plants, even though it came from the same seed, because the soil and the way I treat my plant is going to be different than your soil and the way you guys treat your plants. So you can take a crappy strain of weed and increase the potency of it by the way that you grow it. So there's also no baseline. Like, there's doctors that have come out and said, they like the idea of marijuana as a pain medicine and stuff like that, but you have to get the science to catch up, because when I give you an ibuprofen, I know I'm giving you zero point 0.2 milligrams of ibuprofen and then 80 milligrams of chalk, whatever they fill filler, pills with.
Yeah.
Marijuana, there's no real way to say here's 1 gram specifically of THC. Yeah, they've kind of got there with like edibles, but not quite either, because they're not making one edible at a time. They're making large batches.
Damn, how the hell did we get talking about?
We're talking
Elizabeth
about
dying.
doing drugs, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a match during the pre-show. Pre-show's only got a half hour left, and they haven't had a single match yet.
I haven't even been looking at that page.
I really haven't either, because all they're doing is running their mouth. I keep looking back over to see if there's a match or anything, but nope. Just like the last pay-per-view, that's just them running their mouth. And now contrast that again to when we did the AEW pay-per-view. AEW's pre-show had 3 matches on the pre-show. Yeah. And that was only an hour long, their pre-show. This is 2 hours of them doing nothing but running their mouths.
Sorry about that. I was talking to the dogs. I wasn't muted.
It happened. It's crazy. You still there, Buck?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Joint, getting high.
Getting high? Okay.
No, I gave that shit up years and years ago.
You like drinking, Buck?
I used to. Gave it up years ago, too.
Yeah.
But I got 4 cases of beer sitting here at the house.
Well, when you got your in-laws and your grandkids, you might need a little couple of beers every now and again.
I know. I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know if you were out there listening to Kingpin earlier. Buck was telling me about how his was it your daughter, your stepdaughter, and her husband and the grandkids moved back in with you or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough. I might have to be quiet for a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, MKJ actually had taken off this time. He hasn't said anything in a while.
I know there ain't nobody saying nothing out there.
Yeah. According to StreamYard, there's only 3 people out there right now, so probably all over watching G23's silly show over there.
Yeah, StreamYard kicked me out of the other one.
Are you back over there?
Yeah, he just popped back in. I heard the sound this time.
Yeah.
What time is it going to start? 7?
Yeah, your time. Yeah. Like I said, apparently we're not getting any matches during the pre-show. 2 hours of just them running their mouths is what this is looking like.
They could have saved a little bit of money and just had them talk for about 45 minutes.
It's gonna be the same thing tomorrow during the pre-show. I bet you they're just gonna be running their mouths.
It starts same time tomorrow too.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Hell, they're not even calling it night 1 and night 2. This is WrestleMania 38 Saturday, and tomorrow is WrestleMania 38 Sunday. Couldn't just call it night 1 and night 2? Jesus Christ. And remember, these aren't pay-per-views. These are premium live events now. Apparently, Vince McMahon doesn't like the term pay-per-view anymore. I guess pay-per-view wasn't enough syllables. It's pay-per-view is what? 3 syllables? Pay-per-view? It's real simple. Rolls out the tongue, nice and easy. But no, that's too complicated. That's not complicated enough for Vince McMahon. It's got to be premium live. So it's got to be 5 or 6 syllables, or it's not good enough, I guess. What a dumbass. Seriously. Just leave it pay-per-view, Vince. Everybody knows what the hell a pay-per-view is. Nobody gives a shit about a premium live event. You're not making it any fancier. Everybody else calls it a pay-per-view, so I got to come up with a different name. Screw you, Vince. Seriously. I'm just glad I'm not having to pay for this Peacock shit. The only time I use Peacock is once a month when we do one of these pay-per-view things. There ain't shit worth watching on there otherwise.
Hey, Rich, I got a question for you.
Yo.
Like I said, my internet sucks back here. I'm in back of the house.
Uh-huh.
And the router and everything's up front.
Uh-huh.
If I get me one of them little routers to put back here close to me, would that make it better?
No. What kind of connection you're using? What kind of connection are you using?
It's AT&T. Is all I know.
Are you using wired, or do you have a wire running to your computer,
no,
or are you
Wi-Fi.
using Wi-Fi? Okay, Wi-Fi. Does your computer? Are you using your laptop?
Yeah.
Does it have an Ethernet port on it where you would plug in an Ethernet cable? You know, the internet cable.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, what you can do is they got these devices that plug into a wall outlet.
Uh-huh.
Plug one in by where your router is, and then run an Ethernet cable to that. And then the other box, you would plug in whatever room you have your computer, and you plug that into that room, in an outlet in that room, and then you run the cable from that wire to your computer, and that'll basically turn the copper wiring in your house into your internet network cabling.
Fuck, that might burn the house down. It's an old house.
No, it'll be fine. Well, my son uses one of those. We're in an old house that's 100 years old, and it runs fine on the copper wiring because it just sends a signal to the copper wiring.
So does it plug into the box?
No, it plugs into the wall.
Plugs into the wall.
It plugs into the wall. It uses the wall power to power the device, and then you run basically like the same cable you would plug into your computer from the router to that little box. Okay? And then that little box uses the power from your house electrical system to send that internet signal through your entire house. And once it finds another one of those little boxes in the other room, that little box that's plugged into the other room uses the power from the wall outlet to power it, and then it converts the signal from the copper wiring that's coming from your router back into an internet signal to talk to your computer. That's why you just plug an Ethernet cable into that and then into your computer.
Where can I get one of those? Would Amazon have it?
Yeah, Amazon has them. Amazon has them. If you have a Micro Center in your area, they would definitely have them. You could even order them from Micro Center. Newegg would have it. Any place that sells internet supplies would have it.
Okay.
Now you could probably find it like on Walmart.
I think I've seen something like that on Amazon, I think.
Yeah. I think that's where my son got his, was Amazon. The only other alternative, if you're having that issue, there's devices you can get that'll boost your Wi-Fi signal, but depending on how the walls and stuff are done in your house, it may not make a difference. So that's one option. The other option would be to run a really long Ethernet cable through your house. That's so yeah. But then you have to drill holes in walls and whatnot to feed the Ethernet cable through, and I don't know how willing you'd be willing to do that. So, but those would be your best two options. Would be to run in an Ethernet cable through your house, or to just use I can't remember what the hell they call them right now, but yeah, it's just two little boxes plugged. The main one gets plugged in wherever your router is. Like if it's in your living room or whatever, not you would plug it in your living room, run a internet cable to that Ethernet, which technically they're called Ethernet cables, but it's the internet cable, and then plug the other one in the room where your laptop is, and then run the cable from that to your laptop. That'll be the easiest solution. You won't have to, and you don't have to drill any holes or whatnot.
Yeah, matter of fact, I got a plug right by the internet in there, and I got a plug right here where I plug my computer up to. I'm going to go look on that a little bit later.
Yeah, I can't really show you what it looks like because where it's at, I don't think my camera will pick it up very well. I can try. Let's see. Turn that on. Yeah, you see that little white box is plugged in down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that is. That's one of those things. That got a wire that goes over there to our router sitting there beside the TV. Because
Oh,
the
yeah.
what? So, and then my son has the other one of those little boxes plugged up in his room with the cable going from it to his computer. So that's the best way that I could think of for you to do that without, like I said, without having to drill holes and stuff. I know you said you're like remodeling or something because you're doing painting and stuff. So
Yeah.
I don't know how willing you would be to do that kind of work, but I mean, you could run a Ethernet cable along like your baseboards and like drill a little hole going into the next room and then run that, and that way.
Do I have to run it all the way from that box?
You would have to run it from your router.
Yeah, from the router to the main box.
From your router to your computer. If you were to put an Ethernet, just do the Ethernet cable, you would have to run the Ethernet cable from your router to your computer that way.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm talking about them little boxes you got.
Oh, those little boxes, you just need a cable that'll reach from your router to that little box.
Yeah.
So
and then when I plug it up, then I can plug it up here. I just need one from that box to my laptop.
Yeah, you would get, you'd have a wire going from your router to the first box and then from the second box to your computer.
Yeah. Yeah, they got me in I call it a jail cell. I went from a full-size room to a 9-foot by 5.5-foot area to put all my reloading junk in. It's kind of tight.
You need to get yourself a air conditioner in there, unless you got central AC.
Yeah, we got central AC, but I don't think it works. Shit, it's cold. It's all concrete back here.
Yeah. Well, even with central AC at the place we were living at before, my daughter's room would get super hot from her computer. Kept telling her, you might want to get a little AC unit for in your bedroom. She's like, nah, I don't need that. It's like, yes, you do, because it's a computer that's making it hot in here. Especially with it being an AMD, her computer at AMD can CPUs run hot. Of course, now she's got an Intel and the new Intel 12th gen. They can run hot too. If you got the i7 700K or the 12900K, those can run hot. So had to build her a new computer like 2 weeks ago, I think now, because her CPU died on her. So instead of just getting a new CPU and having me put that in the motherboard that she already had, because she was worried that the motherboard got damaged, we just built a new computer. And she scavenged like her drives and stuff from it, but new motherboard, new CPU, new power supply, new case. And this time she went water cold on the CPU. She got a. It's like when we bought a lot of parts from Amazon because every time we were looking at the part that she wanted on Amazon, it was on sale on Amazon.
No, every time I look on Amazon, the damn prices are higher here
You
lately.
got you got no luck, Buck. It's
No.
like my son for my birthday, he bought me a mounting arm for my monitor, so I would sit better on my computer, my little laptop desk that I'm using for my keyboard stand and I have my monitor on, and that was on sale on Amazon. That was like 5% off or something on Amazon for that. So I mean, you just got no luck.
Well, I've been looking at reloading dies and stuff like that. Man, that shit $10 higher than Midway.
I got a question for you. Do you use what browser do you use?
DuckDuckGo, I guess.
That's
Chrome.
your search engine. Chrome. You're using
Yeah.
Chrome. There's an app for
Well,
Chrome.
no, Microsoft is what I
Oh,
got.
you're using Bing or not Bing. What the hell do they call that? The Edge.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Look.
that pops up every now and then.
Okay. Look in their store. Where the for that where they have their add-ons for it. You see if they have an
Uh-huh.
app called Honey.
Honey.
Yeah. What Honey does when you go and you're looking on Amazon, it'll look to see if that is the best price, and if it's not, it'll tell you. And if
Oh,
the
okay. Yeah.
and it'll also search and see if there's any coupon codes on things. So that app can save you money, and it's completely free.
Honey, I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, it's honey, just like bees honey. The food, spelled just like that.
Okay, honey.
Yeah. And if you have a Capital One credit card, they have a app that does the same kind of thing. So I use
Yeah,
both
I
of
do
them.
have.
That way,
Yeah, I do have Capital One.
so yeah, look on their find their, I can't remember what they call it, but they have an app that does that kind of thing too.
What's
So
that? You got a Capital One card? Buck?
who, me or
Yeah.
Buck?
You guys have Capital One cards?
Yeah.
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 What are the numbers?
Yeah, I'm not giving you my credit card number. Even though you were going to give me your credit card number, I'm not giving you mine.
I'll take a picture of it because it's just so you can save it for later or something.
Hey, you know what? I can actually show him the front, and then when he wouldn't get the credit card number because the credit card number's on the back.
Hell, mine, I can't even see my numbers no more.
I liked my Discover card when I had that, but my wife screwed that all up. Yeah, I got the Capital One Quicksilver card. The number is not on the front of it. The only thing on the front of it's my name and the chip. The card number and stuff's actually on the back of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so
And
is
it's
mine.
and it's not that raised stuff that wears off. The number is printed into the plastic itself, so that your number doesn't scratch off. And that's the way Discover did theirs too. When I had my Discover card. Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Show us the back.
No. I'll show you the front. I'm not showing you the back.
Who did that on a live chat, Rich?
There was nothing on there they were going to get.
No, somebody did that on one of the live chat
Oh,
streams.
okay, yeah.
They were
I don't
buying
know.
something and showed all their credit card information and had to go back and stop the chat and erase it.
Oh, I don't know.
Was it Honda? I think it was Honda.
I haven't watched any of his chats in forever, so I don't know.
It was a long time ago.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was him, especially with how paranoid he is about everything. He would be the perfect guy to go and do something that stupid. Hey, now we get a commercial for Yellowstone. So yeah, Yeah, we definitely ain't getting no pre-show matches. There's only 10 minutes left.
So y'all still thinking about going down to Tulsa in November?
I would like to.
Kind of wish I could have gone this year, but sure we had too much shit going on.
That's happening like right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why Gary didn't have his show last night.
Is there anything to do there? Because you guys clearly know I'm not going to go shoot videos at Tulsa. So, like, is there stuff that I can go buy and enjoy the show aside from
Yes.
meeting people? That's the only reason I'd really.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. It's just a really large gun show. You can go and buy just about everything that's there if you got the money.
Yeah, everything is for sale.
Yeah. And then they got like beef jerky, and then there's like holsters and stuff like that. I mean, there's all kinds of shit.
T-shirts, you name it, it's there. Belts.
Yep. And not
Homemade
far from there, you
belts.
got like the J.M. Davis Museum, which is one of the largest firearms museums in the world, let alone the United States.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to see that. I ain't never been there yet.
One of Honda's dudes. I can't remember what his name is right now. He's gone live a couple times recently. Was live with Honda at the J.M. Davis like 2 or 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that in the Cody Firearms Museum not in Wyoming, which is part of the Wild Bill Museum, are like the two of the largest, if not the two largest, firearms museums in the world. They got all kinds of crazy firearms there.
Hell, they even got a couple of casinos up there and stuff.
The Cody Museum's another place I would like to go someday up in Wyoming. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos like what Ian from Forgotten Weapons and a couple other guys have done from the Cody Museum. You go down in the basement, there's literally like wall sections which are like books where you can like turn the page, and as you turn the page, there's a page of nothing but Winchesters. You know, it's like a wooden display case, but the way it's set up, it's like turning the page in a book.
Kind of like how Kmart used to have the big rack where you could look at the different posters.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like that, only it's firearms.
I'd like to get another AR, but I couldn't really see myself buying another rifle unless it's an AR.
I thought you wanted a 1911.
Well, that's why I wanted 1911, because I'd rather buy handguns than rifles.
Yeah, Kingpin gonna be the first to get a 1911 in that AR platform.
There you go.
My son is saving up because he wants a CZ75 P01. They had one at the local general store, and he insists. This was like, God, this was when he got his CZ70, not CZ75, his Scorpion. And that was what, 2 months ago, and he thinks it's still going to be there. I'm like, dude, that thing was sold a week after you looked at it. I guarantee you. He's like, nuh-uh. I'm like, yeah, huh? Because that's what happened to me with the Jericho. I went in 1 week, and then the next week I went back to get it, and it was already sold.
How much was it? You said it was SPO1?
No, it was the P01.
Oh, P01.
Yeah, the little compact.
Yeah. How much were they asking for it?
I think I went 7 for it.
Those guys use layaway?
Well, he didn't have the money to put it on layaway at the time. It was either he got that or he got the Scorpion.
Oh, okay. So he's seen it the same time he was buying something else.
Yeah, it was when he bought the Scorpion, and he thinks that they still have it. Like, dude, they don't have that still.
Probably
but
not.
I was like, they might be able to order you one, but they ain't going to have that one still. But he's been saving up because he wants to get one of those.
Yeah, the same gun. My local gun store that I'd like to go to. I asked them about the Shadow 2 for I don't know months, and one day I finally called him up and was asking about it. And I was like, "Yeah, we got one in stock." And I was like, "I'm on my way." He was like, "You want it?" And I said, "Take it out of the case right now."
Mm. Yeah, that little general store, I've ordered a couple of guns from them, or had them order something for me, and they've been good about being able to order stuff. And she's been looking for that damn Jericho for me still. That was a year ago, and she's still trying to find one because you cannot find the the R. You can get the 941. You can get the 940. The all the other 941s you can pretty much find them, but you can't find the R anywhere because they only make them in limited quantities every time they do it. And I want that one because that's specifically the one that was used in Cowboy Bebop. And that's the whole reason why I want that gun, right? Yeah, that's like my favorite anime because I got the T-shirt with him with the gun, using the gun and everything. I mean, you've seen the T-shirt. I've worn it on the shows before, but and that's the one trivia question I sent in to Rick when he was doing his quizzes before. By the way, he started doing those again. I think what was it last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I specifically wanted that version of the Jericho, and you just can't find them anywhere. You look on Gunbroker, and they don't have any of them. And that last year they had one, and my wife's like, "No, just wait, just wait." I hate when she does that shit. Every time she's like, "No, we gotta wait a week. We gotta wait a week." You go back and it's gone. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is or where it is. This just irritates me to no goddamn end when she pulls that shit.
I do that to myself all the time. I go in there and look at a gun. I said, "Damn, I'd like to have that," but I can't do it this week. I'll come back
Yeah,
next week and do it.
yeah.
Go back. The son bitch is gone.
That's one of my bucket list guns, and they only wanted four something for it. I was like,
Damn.
oh yeah, those Jerichos, man, you can get them cheap. I think they
They
wanted
used to
like,
be all over before the COVID stuff.
mm-hmm. I think that this one the R's aren't because the R, like I said, that's like they only do certain limited runs of them. They're very hard to find an R when they make them. I think they wanted like 485 for it. And I was like, God, it's like put it on layaway now. She's like, no, I gotta wait a week. We gotta wait a week.
I
Like,
think I'm gonna look for a 10 millimeter next. Just haven't kind of. I got to figure out which one I want.
Snob likes his MMP. Pacifist has mixed views on it since he did get attacked by the optic off of his.
Yeah, no, they sound a little dangerous. Now, I was thinking about that Ronin, like Trey's got. Man, that is a sweet shooting gun. Mm.
Yeah. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I really don't care about 10 millimeter. Honestly, it's not on top of my list of things to get. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't get one. I'm just saying, it's just not on my radar to get one. If you look, I mean, if you're doing your own reloading and you can actually load it to what 10 millimeter is supposed to be, okay. But if you're buying off the shelf stuff, you might as well just get a 40 and have an
Yeah,
easier to
I
conceal
picked up a
firearm.
few casings.
Yeah.
I usually hit the range right after Ghost puts out a review on a gun. I know I can go up there and find me some brass.
See, what Ghost needs to do then is clean up his brass, and then he can sell it
Oh
to you.
hell, no. He ain't doing that. I know him too well for that.
Yeah, see, he's letting a fortune slip through his fingers.
Hell yeah. Especially since I'm on his Patreon to get that sneak preview of it.
Hmm.
I know where I'm going this weekend.
Is he out in Tulsa this weekend?
No,
No, he
he
didn't
didn't
go.
go neither. No, he said he had a tournament match down there
Uh,
at the golf range,
hey, it looks like the
golf
main
course.
event. Looks like the main show's starting. Got the FBI warning up. I guess I better unmute this then. They need to quit changing this intro. Can
Yeah,
you
I'll be
guys
right
hear it okay?
back. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. They now together. What the fuck? Why don't they do the Star Spangled Banner? Why do they got to be different and do America the Beautiful?
Comments.
Who? You can make noise during this, people. It's not the national anthem. You know, there's British wrestling channels that think this is the national anthem because it's what they play at the beginning of WrestleMania every year.
Comments.
Okay, you can stop now. That was a nice looking guitar that guy had. Not that one, the other one. The guy that was doing the solo.
And give that a 0.
Yeah, right. That wasn't very good. The best thing about that was the guitar that the guitarist had. Not the guy singing, but the other guitarist. That's if it was even a real Gibson.
Is it all choppy on your end?
No. Yeah, even through the StreamYard feed, I'm not getting it all choppy. So it might be on your end. Did anybody ask you? Stupid Mark Wahlberg. Uh-huh. Yay, Ronda Rousey versus frickin' Charlotte Flair again. Because we haven't done that at WrestleMania before.
And then Becky Lynch will come out there and mess with them.
God. Yeah. Funny you should mention Becky Lynch in that sentence because that was the main event a couple of years ago at WrestleMania. Becky Lynch versus Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey. And it was bad.
Wasn't it like something like a SummerSlam or something they had not too long ago?
That would have been summer last year, Buck.
Huh.
Yeah. The Royal Rumble was the most recent of the major pay-per-views, and before that, Survivor Series, which was December. If you remember, there wasn't a pay-per-view at all. Can you get any more hyperbolous there, Michael Cole?
You just don't get it, man. Because you thought last year was the most stupendous, unbelievable event ever. And now this year is going to be the most stupendous event ever. So
This year has no build-up whatsoever.
most stupendous ever. Ever, Rich, ever.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I heard Michael Cole say it. I just don't believe him. Yay.
So what are they supposed to just sit back and objectify women? Is that
I
what we're
guess so.
doing here?
I guess so.
Disgusting.
I mean, it's not like Vince McMahon doesn't have a history of doing that on wrestling events.
Shameful. I'm glad Jason's not here to see this.
Uh-huh. Jason would need a bathroom break if he was here to see this.
Now, he doesn't turn his camera on. He's not Jeffrey Tubin.
Uh-huh. I love how they don't get all of them in frame. They must have learned their photography from Snob.
Are they really world famous? I mean, maybe most of the world famous, but I don't think the entire world knows.
Yeah, I'm sure you go over to the mountains of Afghanistan, they know who the fuck the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are.
Scantily clad white women throw rocks at them quickly.
Now, I know it's Pat McAfee, so this could be a dumb question, but is he wearing his jacket inside out, or is that just the material that he hasn't made out of?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Was it the guy with the blonde hair talking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's probably doing that on purpose, which probably means it's his jacket on inside out. That's a shout out to Will Smith.
Uh huh. Does that mean at some point during the show he's gonna slap Michael Cole?
Maybe he'll slap Jada Smith.
No, I don't think she's there. Somebody needs to though. Yeah, preferably Will Smith. Will Smith really needs to slap the shit out of her.
Did Freddie Mercury start taking steroids?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's who he looks like, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like that guy already. He reminds me of that Jake Paul person.
What in the hell is he doing?
Taking points away from the overall show, I'll tell you that much.
I just wish WWE let Shinsuke be Shinsuke and actually go out there and do what he's capable of doing, because they don't. If you go back and you watch some of his old matches in New Japan, the guy is a legitimate wrestling god, and they have him doing this kind of stuff in WWE. What the fuck? What? Did he just throw in a commercial for Mike's Lemonade in it?
Probably.
Oh my god. Maybe that's Pat McAfee's problem. He's drunk already. He's been drinking too much goddamn hard lemonade and iced tea, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, I will say that Mike's hard lemonade, the black cherry, is pretty damn good. And no, they're not a sponsor. It's just really good. So if you've never had the black cherry Mike's hard lemonade, get yourself some of that and try it. It's good, especially if you like a black cherry soda. It has a similar flavor to it. Black cherry soda. It's really good stuff.
Hey, Kingpin, did
Yo,
Rich just do a commercial about Mike's Hard Lemonade?
he
Yes, I
did. He
did, but I'm
definitely
not getting
did.
paid for it. Yeah, the problem is I'm not getting paid like Michael Cole is.
Shill.
and and it's also called satire. I was satiring the fact that he did it. Oh man, I don't know if you guys watch uh Minus Tech Tips. They did April Fool's episode yesterday where it was nothing but promos for where they were promoting different products. It was freaking the way they did it though was freaking hilarious. Did he just hit him with an electric guitar?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
different.
He had to give him like the cross body block version because it was an actual real electric guitar and it would probably killed the guy if he hit him with it.
Well, he plays the guitar coming down to the ring.
That's what I'm saying. That's why he had to do it like a cross check
Yeah.
type of deal as opposed to like swinging it like the honky tonk man.
Uh huh. Oh yeah, he caved somebody's head in if you whacked them with an actual guitar like that. It's like when
Oh,
they do
shit.
where they hold the end of the sledgehammer when they go to hit somebody with it, because you don't
Yeah.
want to pull back and do an actual swing with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, they always poke the guy with a sledgehammer instead of swinging
Uh
it
huh.
at him.
Yeah, you poke them with it. Uh-huh. or they put something on top of them if they're actually going to hit the person with the sledgehammer. Like I was watching, I think it was Impact this week. I was watching a match where or it was a backyard fight. Or backstage fight. They're fighting backstage, and the guy before he hit him with the sledgehammer put like a cinder block kind of thing on top of him so that he could hit that and break that, and just for the visual of it. Yeah. Whoa, the Usos are wearing actual wrestling tights and not jeans this time? Whoa. Or yeah, I guess that's what they are. Looks kind of silly, but okay. Yeah, it looks like the other Uso's wearing a T-shirt tucked into the back of his pants for whatever reason. Did he poop his pants? He's trying to cover it up by hanging his shirt from the back of his pants. Is that what's going on? What do you guys think?
Might be. I think so.
And hiding the butt sweat.
That was going to be the next thing, or did he split his pants? But I like the poop the pants thing better because then you can pull in a Biden joke, which was going to be the next thing, but you ruined it, Kingpin. So I was going to say that he pulled a Biden at the Vatican.
Okay, Joe is back.
Welcome back.
Hey, MK, welcome back, buddy.
Do you really want to know, McAfee? Some things are better not known.
Now watch how these guys, like right there is a good example. He kicked out at 2.5, and the Uso guy sat up and was like, "Oh," and then got right back at it. Women need to pay attention to that instead of sitting there for 5 minutes going, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened."
Oh hell,
Break
there's
my
cases
nail
where the
on that
guys will
one.
do it too. Boogs is built like a frickin' Steiner. Boogs looks kind of like what you would get if one of the Steiners had a love child with Tom Selleck.
Damn. And he had an affair with Freddie Mercury.
He looks more like Tom Selleck than Freddie Mercury.
That
He doesn't
Uso
have an
dude probably
extreme
weighs about
overbite like Freddie
240.
Mercury. MKJO says, or Rick Rude. Uh, Rick Rude had a physique on, but he wasn't that big. Uh, well, if he legitimately hurt his knee, there doesn't matter how strong you are. You can't strengthen your knee and make it stronger. I know that from experience. Yeah. I've had my share of knee injuries.
Do you think one of the Uzos gonna get hit with the guitar tonight?
I doubt it. I'm waiting to see if they show Boogs again or not. If they show Boogs again, it's not a legitimate injury. If they do, you know, if they don't show him again and he doesn't show up for any more of the match, then it was a legitimate injury.
Well, it's over.
Yeah, that ended quick.
Yeah, the dude must be hurt.
Yeah, he might be hurt. It's, he's either hurt or they want you to think he's hurt. For really want you to think he's hurt. As you notice, they kept the camera angle to one side of the ring. They weren't showing over in that corner at any point. Now we'll find out if they show the ring and he's in there with Shinsuke. No, it's a fake injury. I'm gonna say it's a fake injury. He's not actually hurt. I could be wrong, but this seems like that's a staged injury. So that match could have been better than what it was. So, what do you guys think?
Oh, I think I'll give that about a 5.5. Could have been a whole lot better.
Kingpin?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go generous, and I'll give it a 5. It was quick. It was to the point, but maybe a little too short.
Yeah, see, I'm going 4 because I know what Shinsuke's capable of. I've been watching Shinsuke Nakamura for years before he even got into WWE. I know what that guy can do, and that match was just disappointing. And I know what the Usos can do, and Boogs I'm not too sure about because he's a new guy. But knowing what the Usos are capable of and what Nakamura's capable of, that was disappointing.
Well, the end series of moves when he I can't remember the first move that he did when he pinned the guy and the guy kicked out. But then when they grabbed him by the hair and kicked him in the face and then did the little slingshot power slam thing, those are good moves to be like, oh man, he can't take it anymore, and he was out.
Yeah, I get all that. It's just I know what those guys. I've seen those guys put on much better matches than that, and the length of it. I mean, it was extremely short. And MKJ says seems like he could be injured. Yeah, I don't know if it's a knee injury like that. They generally get you out of the ring fast, out of the vicinity faster than that. Yeah, so I'm thinking that was a staged injury, especially when they had stated earlier in the match that he had faked an injury before to trick one of the Usos. So they were playing up the injury angle already at that point. So that's why I'm leaning towards it being a staged injury. What do you guys think? Real injury or fake? Or staged, I guess you could say.
I think it was staged.
I think it was most likely staged.
Yeah.
I think they could have worked it up a little bit, like when the guy collapsed, instead of everybody rolling out of the ring, they could have kicked him in his leg for a little while, you know, giving him reason to be outside the ring with the doctors while his buddy was getting beat on.
Mm, yeah. Yeah. Did we lose Buck on both windows? No, just one. What are we on next? Uh, McIntyre versus Happy. Yay. I don't get the point of this whole feud. Yeah, I love the fake newspaper articles. Uh, the fact that they didn't have the guys beat on him though, that could possibly mean that it is a real injury too. But I'm still leaning towards that it's fake. It's a fake injury.
It almost looked like he was going to go for a double, when they hold him up on your shoulders and then they flop you back.
Yeah,
It
like
looked
a
like he was
double
going to do
Owen
that
drop
to
or something like
both
that. Yeah.
guys. So then they'd be like, "Oh, he got us both," but then they went with the knee buckle thing, which
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. That was a hard one to tell for sure, but I'm still going to lean towards it being a wrestling injury. You know what I mean? Like when Dusty Rhodes had his hand broke and his leg broke and whatnot, and back in the old NWA days when the Horsemen would jump him. But if it is a knee injury, I can see how that could have happened. Like I said, I've had knee injuries before, and your knee can give out at any time when you're doing something athletic or something. So it's one of those things that can happen. I mean, how many times have we seen like football players that they just go to make a cut and all of a sudden their knee gives out, nobody even touches them, and their season's over.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah, no, I don't get the point of this feud. McIntyre should be a main event guy. Why is he feuding with a mid Carter? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. This guy is a former WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Why is he feuding with Baron Corbin? Oh, excuse me, Happy Corbin.
I was sitting here trying to think who you were talking about. But yeah, no.
Are you not watching on the other stream, Buck? There he is.
Yeah, I don't think he realized he wasn't there until you said so. When the hell did they have the Battle Royal? Now, we had both hours of the pre-show. Seriously, they did the Andre the Giant Battle Royal on SmackDown last night? That Battle Royal was supposed to be a WrestleMania match, you dumb. Oh my god. That's this they could have had that on the pre-show. In fact, they've had that on the pre-show before. What the fuck are you doing, WWE? God damn. In case you didn't get the memo, I did not watch SmackDown last night. To know that was on there. Oh no, that's Drew Galloway. That's his real name. Andrew something Galloway the fourth.
That's the crazy Scotsman.
Uh-huh.
Except this guy's got long hair. And 100 more pounds.
Maybe they're cousins. They're both from Scotland.
Yeah,
Everybody in Scotland's related, right?
Close enough. All Scottish people look alike.
Yeah. They all have beards. They all have swords too, right?
Yep. Scotsman would have a revolver, though. Or a CZ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I'm bringing a sword into the ring, there's 100% chance that you're leaving in an ambulance.
Mm-hmm. Or a hearse.
Well, I mean, the hearse probably won't pick you up directly from the wrestling ring, so the ambulance will take you out.
Well, some medical examiners' offices use hearses.
Yeah, well, I can go with that. You're not going to be walking out of the building, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're not walking out on your own power.
Well, you won't have any power left, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're going to be in pretty rough shape.
Yeah.
No, we lost Buck on the video side of things again.
Yeah, I'm working to trying to get back in there.
You're not missing anything, so. What the hell just fell off the corner? Was that Corbin's hat? When he got whipped into that corner there, something fell off of there. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
No.
What the hell is with those ring posts? Okay, it's a star. But they did WrestleMania Star a few years ago. Why are they doing another WrestleMania Star? Could they come up with something more original?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, if you look at the WrestleMania sign, it's got a star.
Mm-hmm.
See right there on the screen how it's got the star?
Mm-hmm.
They did that a couple years ago when they were in Dallas.
Isn't it
They come up with
been
a
the logo forever?
No, every WrestleMania has a different emblem. Like last year's, it was the I think it was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers flag thing. Their version of a Jolly Roger. But they did the WrestleMania logo with the Dallas Cowboys star a few years ago when they were in Dallas. So they got lazy and again they did it again apparently. Hell, one of them, it was the WrestleMania logo with a play button, like a YouTube play button, but it had nothing to do with YouTube because they weren't in San Francisco area. So at least I don't think they were in San Francisco. But anyway, it's been a running joke on the wrestling channels. It's WrestleMania play button. It's WrestleMania Star. This is I guess this is WrestleMania Star 2.
Happy should be at least recognizing that Drew McIntyre has anything else with him. Although he's getting a bunch of moves in, McIntyre's got to get it together. So far, it's been all happy.
MKJO does his the rolling laughing king crown cross swords ambulance emojis. Well, we got $2 in here now watching.
Yeah, I'll definitely save you money on EMTs. You don't need to send them.
Yeah. Just send the medical examiner. We need a meat wagon. Get out. MKJO asks, when they lose 3 or 4-way matches, do all the losing competitors get an L or just the pin wrestler? All of them. The only person that gets a W is the winner. Everybody else gets an L. Not that it matters. I guess unless you're talking AEW, I guess it wouldn't matter because they keep track of wins and losses supposedly. This is what you get for wrestling in an Hawaiian shirt. Whoever thought it would be a good idea for him to wrestle in a Hawaiian shirt?
Is that a word?
Huh?
Is explosivity a word?
Yeah. I know he wore one, but did he wrestle in one? MKJO? I don't remember Coco Beware wrestling in an Hawaiian shirt. I know he wore them.
Captain Lou Albano.
I thought he took them off before the match.
Captain Lou Albano always spoke to
Hawaiian but he never wrestled in one.
Oh, well, so.
No, the specific question was who thought it was a good idea to wrestle in one, not wear one. Wrestle in one. Remember when Owen Hart was Coco Beware's tag team partner? That was a high point of Owen's career. So what do you think? Now that Scott Steiner has made it into the WWE Hall of Fame, you think there's any chance Owen will? As in Owen Hart?
You figure he'd have been inducted just for general purpose. Maybe
His
died
wife
doing
won't
the
let
job
that.
for you.
Yeah, Owen's wife refuses to let Owen Hart be inducted into the Hall of Fame because of the way he died.
You felt that.
A guy that size should not be doing that kind of thing. That's just crazy. You know, when we were kids and we were watching a wrestling match and there was a guy that size, you did not see them doing moves where they dove over the top rope. That's just how much this business has changed. The crazy thing is, MKJO, he's not the biggest guy I've seen do that. Luchasaurus in AEW is bigger than McIntyre, and he does it.
Yeah, that guy's nuts.
It's WrestleMania. Nobody wins on the first finisher. Come on, Michael Cole. How many years have you been doing this now?
No, he's starting to take it too far.
He's what?
He's taking his little I can't believe it too far.
Uh-huh. Oh, Jason's
What up,
showing
Jay?
up now. Buck, you dropped from the video feed again. I don't know if you realize or not.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get back on.
Okay. Well, if you're having issues and you just want to go over to the watch section, that's fine. I don't have no problem with that. Evening, Jason.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on, Jason?
Just getting home. Saw you guys was watching WrestleMania, huh?
Yeah.
Let me try to get set up here.
What's going on, Jason?
Got two nights of this stuff. One tonight, you got night one tonight, which they're calling WrestleMania Saturday, real original name. And then tomorrow's WrestleMania Sunday, again, original name.
Hey, Buck. Good evening. Evening out there, MKJ. Yeah, I just got home. Give me a couple minutes to get these screens set up here.
Oh, you ain't missed anything, really. Oh, my God. Really? Really, Michael Cole? Claymore Country? Oh, God. Speaking of announcers that need to retire, Michael Cole, you're one of them. Of course, it's not really his fault. It's what he gets told he has to say. Hit him with it. Do it. Do it. Take everybody there out of their misery.
He's going to knight him. What did he just
They're
cut
going to
the
need a
ring?
new ring. They still got 2 nights of this shit yet, Corbin. McIntyre, what the hell are you doing, man?
So is that his way of saying that's not his boy anymore?
It wasn't before.
So why are they hanging out with each
That's
other?
Corbin's guy.
Oh, all right. I thought that was his boy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because the Corbin guy was saying, "Why are you standing on the ring?"
Yeah. It makes me wonder how strong that ring rope was during the first match.
Yeah.
Because you ain't just slicing through 2 steel cables with a claymore like that. Remember, that's not rope. Those are steel cables.
And that's not even a real sword. Or, I mean, sure, it's dull. It's probably metal, but it's blunted as can be.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Vince McMahon's sword. That Vince McMahon had that in his office, and him and McIntyre were talking, and McIntyre said, it would be cool if I carried that to the ring. And Vince was like, go ahead. And McIntyre's like, really? I mean, that's the story that's going around anyway from McIntyre. And Vince hasn't contradicted it. So,
Hey, when I'm talking to you, can you hear the WrestleMania?
no, not now because it's muted. So I don't know. Let me turn it back on and then ask.
Hey,
now say something.
When I'm talking, can you hear the WrestleMania?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool.
Did you get to see much of that match, Buck? You might not even be in here. All right. Well,
Okay.
I'll give that match. I'll give that match a 6.5. Guys did some pretty good moves. The jump over the top rope flip thing was a pretty good move, and I actually like how they did the sword cutting the ropes at the end. You know, because it did like right away. It made you think, how safe was that rope for these first 2 matches?
Yeah.
You know, but it looks good. He swung through and hit both of the ropes, so that's why it cut through both. You know, so I'll go 6.5.
Yeah. Just what makes you wonder if that's why the first match was as quick and toned down as it was. Because that was only the second match there, right? I mean, so
Well, those 2 guys had an entire match before he cut the ropes off.
yeah, but they really
Those
never
boys.
did the swinging off the ropes spot like where it would actually have been an issue. So I mean, they dove over the rope and went through the ropes, but they never really did the whip the guy move very much. So
And through the woods to Grandma's house?
yeah, oh, you would have to have seen it, Jason, to get what we're talking about. I don't know if you saw it or not. But he took the claymore and he cut the top and middle ropes.
He took a sword and cut through the ropes.
Yeah, well, claymore's a sword. Claymore's a Scottish two-handed sword. That's what it
I
is.
know what Claymore is.
Apparently, Kingpin doesn't.
I didn't get to watch it, but I trust Kingpin an awful lot. And if he said it was a 6.5, I'll go 6 because he's a lot nicer guy than I am.
Not always.
I don't think you've joined very many of these chats. I usually give them 3s.
No, that's the women's matches, Kingpin.
Oh, those get 0s and 1s and stuff.
But,
You
That's
missed
okay, ladies. I'll make up for it.
Yeah, you missed the
MKJ
Dallas
says
Cowboys
7.
cheerleaders.
Yeah. He missed the cheerleaders. Poor Jason missed the cheerleaders. His favorite part.
Yeah, MKJ said it was a 7.
What kind of cheerleaders?
Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
Oh, I don't care about them.
They're pretty hot.
They were
They
topless.
If they work for the NFL, I don't want nothing to do with them.
Actually, cheerleaders don't work for the NFL. I don't know. Most people don't know that.
Well,
Are
if
you
they
still
work
with
for
us,
Jerry
Bob?
Jones, same thing.
Not really.
Buck, are you out there?
Yeah, I'm out here, but I didn't see it, so y'all can skip me.
What you can try? You got a cell phone?
Yeah, I was trying that too.
Yeah.
What I would suggest do
My
is
internet is sucking.
take the laptop and get online on the StreamYard and watch the event from the laptop,
Hmm.
and then join the chat here on your cell phone.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea to try if it'll work.
Yeah, I tried that. Tried to get on the chat here and watch it on my phone. It still wouldn't do nothing.
Are you
Well,
on
don't watch on
Wi-Fi?
your phone.
Um,
Watch on the computer. See, the problem might be
oh,
that you're
okay,
trying to do
yeah.
too
I
much
ain't
on
think
your
about that.
laptop at one time. Yeah.
Yeah, just watch the event on your laptop and then join separately on your cell phone the StreamYard, and then don't even open
All right, let
YouTube.
me try that. All right, let me get off of here. I'm gonna start the computer and all that good shit.
Okay.
Good luck, Buck.
Technical talk.
Yeah,
I'll
MKJ,
be back in a minute.
I'm looking for a 1911 standard, whatever the standard size is basically what I'm looking for.
5 inch.
Yeah.
Just government government model, I guess, is a better way
Mhm.
of putting it. Oh, I was just on the way home like a few minutes ago, and there was two gunshots down the street, and now I just heard two more.
Yay.
I told you, man, move over here to Baltimore where it's safe.
Kingpin's full of jokes tonight.
Yeah, long as the bullets is flying at the other end of the street, I don't really care.
The thing about Baltimore is you're probably not going to get shot or hurt unless you're the intended target or you're like a 6-year-old little kid standing on their porch somewhere.
Hmm. Oh, so like Chicago.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, I see in the chat, MKJ is looking for a commander.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I love a commander size, perfectly balanced pistol.
That commander size, what you want for concealed carry. You get the officer size. I think the officer size is too small. Woohoo! KJO says he finally wised up. He's selling some Glocks to get the 1911. Good man. Good
Yeah.
man.
He told me that. He told me that in the chat before. It was funny. I think all they got to do is wait for Hogan to sign it, and Maryland's banning ghost guns.
So Ghost Tactical is not allowed to own guns in Maryland?
So what are the Ghostbusters going to use?
Hey, not Ghost Tacticals guns, that's for sure. Sure, they're gonna have to make a government agency of Ghostbusters now. Federalize the Ghostbusters task force.
Mm-hmm.
Just sent you an email, Rich. Here's my newest layaway.
Is that the one that you told me about?
Yeah.
All right, open that up and take a look at it, Rich, and you'll see what I've been talking about lately. The stuff I can't talk about, that's what I
Uh-huh.
can't talk about.
1,750 bucks. Holy hell.
Hey, it was on sale.
Yeah, $100 off. Sheesh. I know you like them Colts, but damn, I wouldn't pay that.
Oh, that's a damn nice one. That's a
Uh,
except for like a I forget the name of it. A special combat something or other. That's the best one they make right there.
mm,
They make some kind of custom deal that's a couple hundred more than that one. But
yeah, I just haven't been impressed with Colt lately. So
shit, that's a nice one. I know CZ's got them, but
mhm.
there's when you deal with the gold cups, man, they're put
I
together
know
a lot better.
what it is, Jason. I'm saying I haven't been impressed lately with with Colt. Like the new Python and stuff, it didn't. I've handled them, didn't impress me at all.
Didn't you just get a Python too, Jason?
Yeah.
So I'm just
Rich
assaulting
is
every
not
gun in
happy
Jason's
with
game.
you. How's your computer working?
It's doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Uh, I got an extra fan in it, and it's real quiet and it stays cold, and I like it. I sent the old one back, got my money back.
Oh, nice.
So which one of the idiot Paul brothers is this anyway?
I guess that's Paul.
Logan. He said it's Logan Paul. I couldn't tell you the difference between the two of them. I just know they're both morons.
I don't know who these Logan guys are.
And they're YouTube assholes. Yeah, they tried being boxers or some shit.
Well, they're dressed like Pittsburgh Steelers, so like this match is like in the negative on the ratings already.
The other one is the one that does the boxing, right?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, one of them does it, and they made a pretty good career for themselves, making a spectacle out of professional sports.
hmm I just remember when they got in trouble in Japan for going to the suicide forest and videoing there while there were like dead bodies and shit hanging from trees.
Oh,
That
yeah,
ain't a very good place to go. Yeah.
that's what made him famous.
MKJ says he thinks they both are into boxing.
Yeah, they've got some pretty good fights. I mean, unfortunate for them, they've taken quite a smaller purse home than the people that they were fighting. But they still went home with some pretty nice paychecks and won a couple good fights too.
Is it just me or is the bottom rope crooked? Look when
Oh
they
no,
show like
everything just
towards the
looks
left
blue.
side of the ring. Look, the bottom rope isn't straight.
Tilt your head a little bit, Rich.
Yeah, you only got one shoe on, Rich.
It's amazing they got the ring ropes changed that fast. So I guess it can't be perfect. That bottom rope is definitely off though. It's not as bad off in the Miz's corner, but the other side it's much worse.
Yeah, I haven't noticed it yet.
Yeah, what? Look right there. You see it?
No, I don't.
Uh-huh. You're just not
Oh,
looking.
seriously, I don't. They
It's
look fine to me.
it's the curvature of the Earth, Rick.
The Earth is flat.
Uh-huh.
That's why the
But
ropes
look
are
how
flat.
the top rope and the middle rope are going, and look at the bottom rope. The bottom rope is off a little.
I mean, maybe slightly.
Maybe one of the big eaters stepped on it or something.
It's probably from when he hit it with the sword earlier. Remember, the bottom rope didn't cut. And like MKO says, were all three ropes supposed to snap earlier? That bottom rope is definitely off a little.
Are you talking about in Rey Mysterio's corner?
Yeah, the corner right across from him. Is
The one that he's
his
standing in.
corner to the other corner, right straight down from there. That bottom rope isn't parallel to the other two.
I don't know.
I think you're nitpicking too much, Rich.
Get out the calipers and let's take some measurements.
It's a little bit in the Miz's corner too. It's not off as much in the Miz's corners as the other corner, but it's definitely not right. Not that the bottom rope matters as much as the top two, anyway. I mean, you don't see people doing jumping moves off the third rope. It's always the top and second rope.
That's a pretty good move. Jumping off the middle rope and doing a flip isn't. I can't imagine that's easy.
No, it's not easy. Well, nobody's saying he's not athletic. Just I think him and his brother are morons.
Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of them as people, but
And calling them morons is being nice. Dude, the turnbuckle pads aren't even lined up. Look at the bottom rope in that one corner and the other through turnbuckle pads. They're definitely askew. Like that upper right-hand corner there.
yeah, I think it might just be.
Bottom turnbuckle pad is, and look at the others. You can plainly see it there when they were showing straight on.
Yeah.
They did not do a good job getting those corners lined back up. Yeah, see, MKJO says it too. Yeah, something looks off.
Yeah, you can see the turnbuckles aren't lined up.
Wonder if they're going to fix that between these matches if they even notice it. Well, they got to notice it, right? You would think anyway.
That was a pretty good series of moves. I always like that move right there when you roll somebody up and they get up and kick you in the face.
Well, you got the Miz and Rey Mysterio there. I mean, they should be pulling off some good moves. I mean, these guys have been in the business forever, especially Mysterio. You know, Mysterio debuted in WCW when he was only 18 years old.
He's still got the moves.
See, that's the second time they did that. That move was supposed to hit Rey Mysterio, and it ended up hitting the guy in the yellow shorts. And in the last match, the dude that was supposed to get affected was the crazy Scotsman, and the other guy got affected. Like they just screwed that up.
Stacy's out there. She says they're at Texas Roadhouse and it's loud in there and she can't hear the chat. So everybody go out and type in the chat hello to Stacy. Says she can't hear us.
Tell her I said hi, Jason.
Hey, Mystic. Hope you guys have
Can't
a
hear
good
you,
evening.
Jason.
All
You
right.
got to type. She can't hear you.
Well, there ain't no place to type.
Yeah, I'm not doing a whole bunch of typing right now.
I just told her hello and to enjoy her steak. So don't tell me you can't type to her. Come
I
on, now.
can, but I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
you're
do a bunch
lazy.
of button pushing in order to make that happen.
You're too lazy to type. Okay, I see how it is. I just told her you're both too lazy to type. She says figures. I don't think Dominic made the save. I think they didn't show the full replay. I thought Ray kicked out.
I think he ended up hitting the referee. Like, I think he was supposed to dive in and hit her, and I think he hit the referee by mistake. That's what I want to. That's on my bucket list. I want to run up and slide underneath the bottom rope one day of a professional ring. I've always thought that was cool.
There's I forget what wrestler it was when somebody asked him about that. He said you gotta be careful when you're doing that slide maneuver because you can get a nasty scrape on your side or your belly from doing it because it's just rough canvas.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it with a shirt on. I'm not doing it with no shirt on.
Yeah.
Man, Rey Mysterio Jr. just took a face plant.
It's all his son's fault. Speaking of hyperbole, there was some right there. Yeah, she said Snob, Clover, well, obviously Snob's there. Clover and Arminta, Cycle Camp, Weston Propes, and some others are there.
I haven't heard the name Cycle Camp in quite a while.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about that the other day on somebody's show. I think it might have been Gary's show last week. I don't know if us have seen Cycle Camp in a while.
Uh-oh.
What the hell? Miz just turned on his partner. Why am I not surprised? It's the Miz. They win the match and then Miz gives him the. Yeah, okay. Again, I'm not surprised. Tell everybody hi, Stacy, if you can hear me.
So what did he do that for? Just because he's a jerk? And he
Yeah,
can't be
basically.
trusted?
The Miz is a jerk.
He Will Smith the shit out of him.
No, he didn't slap him. That wasn't a slap.
Well, you know the next wrestling pay-per-view is going to have those two wrestling each other.
Maybe. When? SummerSlam, maybe? Money in the Bank?
Yeah, I'll say the next match that Miz has, Logan Paul is going to come in and mess it up for him,
Mm-hmm.
and then the next pay-per-view they'll wrestle each other.
Last year was WrestleMania Backlash, where normally it's just Backlash, and I think after that would be Money in the Bank. So maybe one of those two. Money in the Bank's a bigger pay per view, so maybe it'll be there. But then Backlash is supposed to be where any cup Muppets from WrestleMania gets handed out. So it could be there too. But I'd be more willing to bet Money in the Bank because I don't know if Logan Paul's going to be around constantly to where they would be setting it up for the next pay per view. Maybe the next big one after that. Yeah. Go away. Who cares about your stupid commercial?
What do you think, Jason?
About the match?
Yeah.
No, I was
Oh,
wondering like your theory of relativity, but if you want to talk about the match, then I guess we can do that.
well, in the beginning, no. For this match, I was watching. I wasn't really thinking about giving it a score. I like Rey Mysterio, but I don't like him other guys like The Miz at all. And the other dude, I really don't know who he is, but he looks like a country music singer. I don't like country music. So I'm going to have to give this one like a 5.5. It's not too bad, but not too good.
All right, well, I'm gonna shock the world once again, and I'm gonna bump this one up to a good 7, considering a 7.5. Uh, I thought the action was pretty good. Uh, the move sequences were really good. One of the big negatives was where they screwed up and the wrong guy. The move landed on Miz's head, but then the other guy acted like it hurt him. So that's you could tell they screwed up there. So that took away some points. But I thought that Paul character has come a long way. He's gotten a lot better at the technical moves, and it
Yeah,
was
but he's no
interesting.
Bad Bunny.
It
Bad.
was in. uh,
Good.
What's that?
I said he's no Bad Bunny though.
What's a Bad Bunny?
Oh, you don't remember Bad Bunny, the rapper guy, when he was in there wrestling with as a tag team partner with
Oh,
uh
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I just don't. I remember the name. But
yeah, he was,
anyway,
yeah,
so I think
Damien Priest.
The Paul guy's come a long way, and he did the move sequences that he was doing were pretty good. So I'm gonna go ahead and go 7.5.
Yeah, I go 7. Yeah, Logan Paul did more than what I was expecting. Like I said, he wasn't Bad Bunny. I mean, if you guys remember back when Bad Bunny was tag teaming with Damien Priest against who was that, Miz and Morrison, and he was pulling off some crazy high flying moves. Yeah, so
Now
I
that you
guess.
talk about it, I remember the guy.
Yeah. So I guess that's what I got to. That's what I'm going to judge Logan Paul's performance against this Bad Bunny, because Bad Bunny like set the bar for celebrity wrestling matches so freaking high. I mean, he pulled off a Canadian Destroyer for Christ's sake in that match. But yeah, that's what I'm going to have to judge Logan Paul against, is how good Bad Bunny was, and I'll go with a 7. Does anybody care what Stephanie McMahon is saying? Because I don't.
No, of course not. MK Joe said 7.5.
Yeah, smashing Logan was funny. Yes, it was. It caught
That's
everybody off guard when Miz did it, but it was still funny. So
that's what got me. That's what got me the extra half a point. That bumped it up from the 7 to a 7.5 because I don't know anything about that guy or either one of the characters or how the storylines are going. So for him to sneak his partner like that caught me off guard. So
yeah, well, Miz is an asshole. That's Miz's character. Miz's character is that he's an asshole, even though he's one of the nicest guys in real life. That's the thing about the heels. Heels always seem to be like the really nice guys, and face are like assholes. It's in real life. This is the way it seems. You ask like Arn Anderson has said this numerous times, that, and so has DDP for that matter. The nicest guys in the locker room and stuff are always the freaking heels. The long-standing guys that have always been baby faces can be some of the biggest assholes in the wrestling profession.
Who's this guy right here? Is he a
He's an
wrestler,
Olympic.
football
He's
player?
he's an Olympic wrestler who has signed with WWE.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Uh, I saw Triple H the other day on like the Stephen A. Smith show or whoever he is on ESPN, and
Oh, he's
he.
a dick. I can't stand Stephen A.
I
Smith.
know I can't. I never have liked Stephen A. Smith, but I had to watch it because it was an interview with Triple H, and Triple H had some comments about this guy here. Uh, he just won some real wrestling. He's like a real wrestler. He just won some stuff, and now he's moving on into the entertainment wrestling. And Triple H was talking about developing him and bringing him along and working him through the like training camps and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they're hoping he'll be like the next Kurt Angle.
Real quick, if Buck opens up the StreamYard where the wrestling is playing, can't he just talk to us from there?
Well, he could talk to us, but the audience couldn't hear him.
Yeah, who cares if the audience can hear him? I mean, but if you still want to watch the event and still talk to us, instead of having multiple screens open, just open the StreamYard where the event is at and talk to us from there.
Yeah, I had suggested he could do that earlier if he wanted to. He'd have to he'd still have to type to talk, but
What's going on with Buck? Is he?
internet issues. He's just having internet issues. We were talking about it earlier. He was asking me what he could do because he had family move in with him and his wife, and he had to move where he had his stuff set up. So the room he's in now, he's not getting a good internet reception.
Always too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got concrete walls too.
Yeah. So he was asking me earlier what he could do to remedy that situation.
Moving around. Go get move the antennas around. Try something.
Well,
I'm on the other side of. I'm on the other side of a brick wall, and I
what
still get internet.
Yeah, what he's going to do is he's going to try. If you've seen the things where you plug them into your electrical outlet, and then you plug the internet cable into that,
Extender.
he's going to he's going to try those and see if that helps. That's my son uses those for his room. I forget what they call. For the life of me right now, I can't remember what they call the damn things. But you plug one in to an outlet near where your router is, and then you plug the other one in near where your computer is, and then just run an Ethernet cable from those to the router and computer respectively.
It's called mashing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. It's driving me nuts because I can't
You
remember
got
what
little like internet repeaters in a chain to like extend the range, and then they call that whole thing like a mash or something.
Well, no, this one runs the internet through your house
AC wire. Okay, that's and that like internet over AC or something.
Yeah, something like that.
IP over AC or something.
I don't know if anyone's brought it up, but this is kind of wrestling related. But did you see the latest thing Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's going to be starring in? The TV show? The Ghostbusters TV show. Oh no, I didn't see that. Yeah, he's going to be starring in a Netflix series, a Ghostbusters Netflix series that is a sequel to Afterlife. Uh-huh. Alrighty then.
Oh, what was that?
He was just telling me about The Rock apparently is going to be starring in a Netflix series, which is a sequel to the latest Ghostbusters movie.
Huh. If you can smell what he's got cooking.
Yeah, we were just talking about ghost guns. So so apparently The Rock doesn't want us to have guns, but he has no problem with him going around with ghost guns.
Oh, The Rock don't want me to have a gun?
Well, apparently he came out in favor of gun control somewhere.
What?
Yeah.
Netflix has cuties.
No, not anymore. I think they took it down.
Netflix was proud to have.
Yeah, I know they were, but then after the backlash, I think they took it down.
Screw them. And The Rock, and anybody else who's cool with child pornography.
You know what The Rock thinks about guns for real? It doesn't matter what The Rock thinks about the guns.
They just had her go and cut Becky's hair. You think Becky's going to win the match and cut off her stupid braid?
I hope so because she has a lot of good potential, and I think that stupid ponytail holds her back from being the wrestler that she could be.
Yeah, it's distracting to her character, like, ain't it?
Yeah,
She
it
is
was
so
good.
strong and can do so many moves. I mean, she
Yeah,
don't have to have short hair. I mean, she can still have long hair, but like you know the that long a hair, man.
yeah, it was
Like
good when
that.
she was a heel,
Who was
because
that
then
chick from the '70s that had that hair all the way down?
she, when she was a heel in NXT, it made sense for her to have the braid because she would use that to like choke people and whip them with it and stuff. But with her being like a baby face, having that long ass braid, it doesn't fit. She's not
Yeah,
using it as a weapon anymore.
yeah. If it's a real hair, though,
Hmm.
how long? How many years did it take her
Oh,
to grow that? I get it that she don't want to cut it, but you know,
hmm.
sometimes you gotta make a change.
What in the hell was with those shoulder pads?
She kind of looks like one of the Asian girls, don't she?
Hmm?
With her hair like that and the outfit.
Yeah, maybe like something
Well,
out
the
of an anime or something.
sunglasses, yeah, you know what I mean. There, she kind of got the New Japan girl looking thing going on.
Yeah, she looks like something she just walked out of an anime of some kind. I don't get the things on her legs, but okay. Looks like she's got big bath scrunchy thing that you use with your body wash on her legs.
Looks like there's a giant cloud of dirt dust following her.
Yeah, so she's Pigpen from Peanuts, is what you're saying.
Oh, now look at the eyeshadow, man. She went
Hmm.
full Asian.
Yeah, she went full on anime character
Yeah,
here.
never go full anime.
Oh hell, it works over in Japan.
Special Johnny.
What the fuck? What? Dancing nutcrackers? Is that what these are? What the?
The rap crackers.
What in the fuck?
Oh no, they got their own band, man. That's their theme music.
Uh-huh. I'm glad I hadn't unmuted this yet. This is like stupid. What in the hell
Are
is the
they in
thing?
like Dallas, Texas or something?
Yes.
Because look, that's the uh, is that
They,
SMU?
they got
No, it's
guns.
TU.
They got guns.
TSU?
TSU, something like that. Texas State.
Did you see they had guns?
Who had guns?
Those dudes had guns.
And they got boards that look like guns.
Still,
They're in Texas.
Yeah, that's okay in Texas. Everybody's got something.
In the
yeah, maybe they were clarinets, not guns.
It's funny. The majorettes or whatever they are that use the fake rifles and band things. They were always talking about, oh, we had to do this kind of flipping stuff with our rifles. Like, bitch, you ain't got no rifle. You got a board that looks like a rifle.
Right.
Drill team, we had 10-pound freaking goddamn 1903s that we were throwing around in junior RTC's drill team. And these bitches telling us about how they throwing these rifles around. Bitch, kiss my ass. Ain't no damn rifle. Thing made out of balsa wood, for fuck's sake.
Nobody told that girl that lip and the ponytail graphic is stupid.
No.
That was disgusting. Shame on them for doing that.
Yeah.
It's like the Rolling Stones with a braid.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Which one of their albums was it that had the zipper on the front of it?
Oh, I have no idea.
One of their old ones.
Yeah, look how stupid that is.
Becky just looks like she's ready to kill. She's like, I'm gonna kill this bitch. Maybe she did cut a piece of her braid off. It's not as big as long as it was.
Hey, you're right. It is a couple feet shorter, isn't it? Because it used to go all the way to the ground.
Yeah, it used to get like right by their ankle.
I mean, you mention how hard it would be, like getting in and out of a car or walking through a door and shutting it with hair like that.
Well, you just wrap it around your neck like a boa. Okay, now the stupid entrances are over. MKJO asks, why is the challenger coming out last? Because sometimes WWE does that. It looks like she just stepped out of an anime that was about Mad Max. That's okay. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, MKJO, but I couldn't remember for sure. He said it was Sticky Fingers that had the zipper on it. Yeah, I thought that was the one it was.
Her hair looks terrible.
Mm. What the fuck was all that goofy shit in the braid? Got like letters and shit in it.
Probably red lips.
Yeah, probably. That might be what it's supposed to be. What does she think this is? Ring of Honor? That's one good use of the ponytail.
Ooh, that was close, right from the get-go.
I would have been so.
Finisher right at from the word go. They both went for finishers. They each missed one, and then Becky hit the second.
See, here we go. The women, she should be up there kicking her ass, but instead she's over hanging out by herself, worrying about the look on her face.
Oh, hell, in fairness, guys do that too if somebody kicks out of their finisher. Baron Corbin did it earlier.
It's not the same.
Oh, it's exactly the same. But Happy Corbin did the exact same thing earlier.
And I called him out on it.
I
I
didn't
called
say you
him out.
didn't. Jason wasn't here for it though.
Well, I'm just telling you that it's not
I
the
didn't say
same. The
you didn't
girls are
call
worse.
anybody out for it. I'm just letting Jason know that it happened earlier with one of the guys.
And I'm saying the girls are worse.
See, she's doing it again right now.
See? The girls are worse.
She's done more of this.
Now, all I was saying when the finishers hit, both the guys and the girls do it. If somebody
Oh,
kicks out of the
Buck
finish,
agrees with me. You just can't see, but he's agreeing with me because he's watching again.
I didn't do anything.
The rope wasn't straight. It wasn't her fault.
No, the ropes are straighter now. They fixed it. If you look, the ropes aren't as cockeyed now, and the corner still is though. They had enough time when they were doing the damn video flashbacks for this match to fix it. Because they did a couple commercials too. The corner pad's still off a little, not as much as what it was.
Wasn't Becky Lynch a redhead, anyways?
No, she's dyed red.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why did she dye
She's
red?
actually got brown hair. She dyes it that red for some reason.
Man, that's like ketchup red right there. What's she doing? Taking her pulse?
Fujiwara armbar, actually, that Becky calls to disarm her.
Looks like they both just made a mistake.
Whoops.
Yep.
I don't know if somebody screwed up there or what it was, but it definitely looked sloppy as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's some action now. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. Now,
Put an end to
speculation was that tonight's main event was going to be Charlotte versus Ronda Rousey. If so, they would have both women's title matches on the first night. I would ask if that means that both men's titles are going to be tomorrow night, but there's only one men's title match tomorrow night. Because it's Roman versus Brock, and whoever wins gets both belts. Honestly, other than that, I don't even know what other matches they have planned for tonight. But this is supposed to go for 6 hours. So they better have some more.
What? 6 hours?
Uh-huh. We're about 3.5 hours in already. The pre-show was 2 hours long, and they did nothing but run their mouths. There were no matches during the pre-show. I missed MKJ's comment earlier when they had the band out there. He said he went to a wrestling match and a college football game broke out. Yeah. Yeah, she looks real desperate there. It's a good thing they fixed those ropes. Okay. Now that we're looking at a countout situation, do you think WWE should use what New Japan does, where if you lose on a countout, you lose your championship?
No, that's a sucky rule.
Well, they give you
Gotta,
20. They give you a 20 count in New Japan too.
so
You get a
what?
20 count, and
To,
if you don't get to the ring in time, you lose your belt.
to beat the champ, you need to pin him 1, 2, 3.
You also lose your championship if you get disqualified.
Well, those are sucky rules, Rich. Because cheating and spending too much time outside the ropes, that's how we do it around here. Ooh,
That
that's
was an
pretty
interesting
cool.
way. Yeah, that was an interesting way to get into a splash type maneuver. You know, do a kind of cartwheel type thing into a moonsault. That was different. Ruh-roh. That's not a good place to be. Could have been worse.
Clotheslined her.
I've never seen that move before.
Uh, You've never seen that before?
Not like that. They just did that. No way.
Oh yeah, I've seen people do that before. I thought she was going to do some kind of jumping move where she like slammed her to the mat or something. I've seen people do that before. No one even, yeah, that wasn't that big a deal. Yeah, 450 off of a second rope is crazy. Usually you see that from the top rope, not the second rope. It's hard to get rotation all the way around from the second rope.
Why'd they call it 450? She just
Because
spun one way.
you're spinning 450 degrees when you do that.
She only spun 360.
No, she was standing upright to land flat and she would be doing a 450. You do one complete rotation and then you rotate another however many degrees that was. Another 70 degrees or so to get the from 360 to 450. What would you call that? A 360 kick to the face?
A 425.
She goes 360 and kicks her in the process. She lands on her butt.
Well, see, she didn't quite get 360 there because she kicked. That was more like a 300.
Well, her torso went 360. Hitting her is what prevented her legs from going all the way around. It would have been cool if she could have done that and landed on her feet. She went to the well too many times with that one.
They've already done that entire sequence up once.
Ruh-roh.
Throw her over the top. Yeah, there you go. See, she heard me.
You want to pull hair, huh?
That's one way to use a braid. That's what you get. Yeah, she just laying there like out, and all of a sudden she just jumps up. Does she think she is the Undertaker?
Oh, geez, there's no crying. Don't have a breakdown.
There's no crying in baseball. Well, that's okay. This ain't some bad, but this isn't baseball.
Come here, dude. I'll save you.
Uh huh. Let's just not sell the fact that she was just almost knocked out a couple minutes, second, like what, 30 seconds ago?
Oh man.
Yeah. Okay. That was believable. All right. What do you guys think of that one?
I'm still trying to take it all in, Rich. The moment hasn't set in yet.
Yeah. Uh, man, this one's kind of tough. I'm gonna go with a 5 for this one, which is considerably higher than it really deserves. But it was pretty entertaining. They did a whole bunch of moves when they weren't shocked and amazed that they got, their last move didn't work. They wasted a lot of time doing that. But for the most part, it was entertaining. One of the things that is really, really takes it away from me is that Bianca Belair girl has got so much talent and potential. And this character, I mean, she's super hot, just enough muscular to her. She can do all kinds of flips and all kinds of different stuff like that. I think they need to redevelop her character or something.
They need to turn her back heel again. She was better as a heel.
Well, what's going to happen right now is Ronda Rousey's going to come down, punch her in the face, and knock her out for 15 minutes and take her
No,
belt away from her.
now Rousey's got Charlotte Flair later.
Uh, oh. But that's what I mean. The redhead chick beat her like that. She came in and choke slammed her in 3 seconds, and the match was over. I think that she has the potential to probably be like the biggest female star if they play her right.
All right. What do you think, Jason?
Well, I thought Becky Lynch had a lot of good counter moves there at the beginning. Action was fast. Of course, they did their stalling, but they kind of got back into the action, even though it wasn't great action. But still kind of lame. The way they ended it like that. Uh, I don't know. I just don't think it's right for a man to be the woman's champion. So I'm gonna give this one like another 5.5.
Well, I can actually verify with hard evidence that she's not a man because she actually has little kids that she gave birth to.
Well, they didn't breastfeed.
I didn't say she breastfed.
Are you talking about the black chick or the redhead chick?
Black chick. The both of them are mothers actually. So
Yeah, I was just picking on her. I know
yeah, I
she's a
know.
woman, and there's others, but she's just so strong. You
Mhm.
didn't get what it is. She's just so much stronger. So that's why I said that.
Yeah, Bianca, she's got 2 or 3 kids.
And
She
she
does.
got no boobs, but
Yeah, she does lack in the breasticles department big time.
Mhm.
see if she gets some implants, it would
Hey,
protect her
come on
from
now, you're
falling on her
objectifying
face.
women.
She doesn't have to get triple Z's or anything like that. She could just get a nice C cup.
Mhm.
Or a good sized can of Fix-A-Flat.
There you go.
Jesus.
Get the one made for a truck.
Alrighty. I think part of her problem is that she always wears a sports bra when you see her in the ring. When you see her when she's wearing like dresses and stuff, she's more of a B cup. But still, she could definitely, Fix-A-Flat might work. Who knows? But Anyway,
It don't get much smaller than that.
no.
If it's smaller than a B cup, it ain't even a cup.
Mm-hmm. It's a training bra just with a fancy letter after it. But yeah. How the hell did we get on this topic? Oh man. Anyway, um,
Hey, what's this show they just had on here for a commercial, man?
that was Yellowstone.
Yellowstone, what's that? That
It's
didn't
like
look
a
too bad.
modern Western thing that stars Kevin Costner, and then they got a prequel show to it that stars Sam Elliott, and I can't remember the name of it.
Oh,
It's
I thought
18
that
something or
was
other.
Kevin Costner. This on regular TV. This isn't a movie that you ever
Yeah, it's a regular TV show. I don't know if they got all the seasons of it on Peacock. I forget what channel it's actually on.
NBC.
I don't think it's actually on NBC. I think it's on one of their cable affiliates or something.
Oh, one of their other channel. I'll have to look that up, man. That didn't look too bad.
It's supposed to be good. I haven't seen any of it, but it's supposed to be good. And one that the prequel series that stars Sam Elliott that takes place in the 1800s that's supposed to be tied into that is supposed to be pretty good too.
What are you
Yeah, I
talking
mean,
about?
there was a commercial
Yellowstone.
for.
Oh yeah, my
I
parents
thought
watch that show. They say it's pretty good.
I thought it was a movie or something, but
It's like a TV movie.
like one every week, or
It's like a series of TV shows, but it's put together more like a mini series, like a movie, than like a regular, hour long sitcom every week. My parents like it. They say it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like a serial kind of thing where the stories go into starts in one week and then continues next week and the week after that and the week after that kind of thing.
yeah, just like The Walking Dead or whatever, a whole
Yeah,
season.
yeah. But hey, getting back to the last match, we've been getting sidetracked here. First with Bianca Belair's bra size, and now Yellowstone.
Lack thereof.
I still haven't given my score in the last match yet. I, I'm going to go with a 5 on that one. It was an entertaining match, but there were some really sloppy parts to that. Like with that one sequence where they were doing reversing, and then at the end, the last part where you weren't sure who was trying to do a move on who because of how sloppy it looked. So yeah, I'm gonna go with a 5.
Yeah, it did have some sloppy moments in it, didn't it? MK Joe gave it a 7. Said they earned it.
Mm-hmm. And he also said the ending was weak. Yeah, the ending was real weak. I mean, she was down and out outside of the ring, and all of a sudden she just pulled an Undertaker and no sold it out of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck? When did Bianca Belair become Undertaker 2? I still think she's better as a heel. Why are we seeing Seth Rollins' phone? All right, I don't know. This might be interesting because this sets up the next match. And we still don't know who Seth Rollins' opponent is. It could be one of two people, probably most likely. It's either going to be Cody Rhodes or Shane McMahon. And yeah, that is a real Tyrannosaurus Rex skull there. For some reason, Vince bought a T Rex skull and hung it on the wall of his office.
What happened to Cleopatra's egg?
Who the hell knows? I'm surprised you remembered that stupid thing. And nothing ever happened with it. I don't think they ever finished a storyline with that stupid egg, by the way. It just disappeared. And nobody ever mentioned it again.
Vince just fired him?
Yeah, just don't wear a couch, Seth. Quit killing couches and making furniture out of their hide. Of course, you're going to WrestleMania. You're one of the top stars in the company. Unless you're injured, you wouldn't you be? I mean, this is Vince is like, get off my desk, you asshole. Oh my
Just imagine that was your job. Like your job was to be that guy.
God. What in the hell? What is the point of this?
It's TSU.
No, I don't think it's just TSU. I think it's the short bus version. Who does he think he is? Gandalf?
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Oh,
Maybe
he's
he's
the
gonna
visionary.
Russell
Okay, so
Balrog.
he thinks he's Rasputin then. Okay.
Maybe he's gonna Russell Balrog.
Uh-huh.
No, so who do you think he's gonna be opponent to matched up against, Rich?
Huh?
Who do you think's gonna be his person fighting against him?
I don't know. Me and Buck were talking about this earlier. It's most likely going to be either Shane McMahon, who has rejoined WWE, or Cody Rhodes, who is rumored to have, but nobody's been able to confirm one way or another for sure. My guess, if it's going to be anybody, it's probably going to be Cody. I don't know if they would go with Shane, but it is WWE and it's Shane McMahon, so who the fuck knows? So yeah, flip a coin. I don't.
Welcome back, Buck. I don't know if you can hear us or not.
Yeah, if he's not in the actual chat one, he's not going to be able to hear us because we're not added in, and we're all muted. So over there, with the new features and stuff, we could all be in there, but there's no point because we don't actually talk over there.
No, that would just take up screen space with all our avatars.
Well, no, because I can set it where you don't see any of us.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What the hell? Oh, feed just went goofy for me for a second. Did it go goofy for you guys too?
Yeah, got the little loading circle.
Okay. Now we find out who it is. I'll tell you, I don't want to hear "Here Comes the Money," so I'm hoping it's not Shane because I'm tired of Shane already. Oh, I'll die laughing if it's Vince. I don't know why that idea just popped in my head, but it did. Okay. Oh, it's the Undertaker. The lights went out. It's Cody. He's using his independent music. Oh my! I am shocked that Vince is letting him use this. Dude, he's even doing the entrance coming up through the stage. This is his AEW entrance, for fuck's sake. Oh, I guess Cody Rhodes to WWE confirmed. See how long this lasts. How's it surreal?
It's because you can't believe it's happening, Rich.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't Cody Rhodes be like third generation?
Yeah. No, he's only second generation.
Dusty ain't his grandpa?
No, Dusty's his dad.
Oh, I thought Goldust was his dad.
No, that's his brother.
Oh, okay. So this is like second generation, like I said.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, be right back. I got to get a cold beverage.
Now, Rich is gone. Have you heard the news about the government report about the vaccine?
They're bragging Cody up like he's this great thing from WWE's past. He never held their world title or anything. Never even held the AEW world title.
His entire career recently.
Mm-hmm.
You might not have been here, Jason, but this is the most stupendous, most epic, most unbelievable event in sports history.
Live event, Kingpin. Live event. So
I'm glad I made it, man. I hated to miss this.
yeah, I'm guessing from Michael Cole's commentary, there must have been pre-recorded events that were better. I swear the one kitten is a wrestling fan. Whenever he notices there's wrestling on, he has to sit on my lap and watch it.
What did that dude, what did the blonde haired dude ruin his body for by putting that stupid tattoo on his neck?
Nobody gets a tattoo on his neck. When he first got it, everybody thought he was just like wearing makeup or something. And then we realized it wasn't smudging during the match. Like, what the? Ooh.
Yeah.
That's one way to get over the top rope, I guess. That basically turned into a suplex over the top rope. Like a superplex. That couldn't have felt too good for either of them.
You got to think the Cody Rhodes guy, Seth Rollins, was placed over the ropes. The Rhodes guy
Well, they
was
were both
pulled over the
moving with
ropes.
some momentum still when they hit.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Is this Seth Rollins had the opportunity to get handed over in like a controlled move. The other guy was just yanked over the ropes. You know, because he was standing on his feet on the inside of the ring. So when Seth Rollins went over, he had to just yank him with him.
Yeah. But the way they landed, it was almost like it was a planned superplex kind of maneuver.
You got to think about the bruises these guys end up with at the end of each match. The guy in the control room screwed up. Went to the canvas camera too soon.
That was questionable.
I didn't see anything.
Your monitor went out?
It looks like clean, honest wrestling to me, just like your grandpa used to do.
Mm-hmm. The referee wasn't sure. You see the look the ref was giving. He's like, "What are you doing, man?"
Kicking him in his balls. What do you think I'm doing? If he didn't want to get kicked in his balls, they wouldn't have been hanging there.
He should have blocked the kick.
That's right.
He does that too many times. Becky's going to come out and try scratching his eyes out. That's her husband. She's not going to be happy about it.
He's her freaking husband.
Yeah, Seth is Becky's husband. Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch are married and have a daughter. When they got married is when Becky Lynch turned heel because you can't have husband and wife both one be a face and one be a heel. They both either got to be faces or heels. I don't know what that is, but if you look across all wrestling federations, right? If there's a married couple, they're both either heels or they're both faces.
Keep my wife's name out your freaking mouth.
I'm going to send you a message real quick on your cell phone, Jason. You'll like this one.
MKJO says Seth has better hair than Becky.
Good one.
I think it should have sent. I just sent this to you too, Rich.
Huh?
I just texted you also.
I'm wondering if Cody actually has something wrong with his ribs because it's like every time he gets hurt, it's always his ribs in a match.
Did that clip say what I think it said?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You know, Chris Rock's defense with that video clip, Kingpin, lots of guys have.
Yeah, that's funny, man. That's really the only thing I've liked about this whole thing was that clip right there. I thought that was really funny. Yeah, MK Joe, he definitely has better hair than Becky does now. Is that Maria Menounos right there?
Hmm?
Is that Maria Menounos girl right there?
Say again.
Maria Menounos, that chick, right? That hot little Spanish chick,
What
right
about
where
her?
they just slammed into that.
It might be. She's a big wrestling fan.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was her.
Yeah. For some reason the sound got louder on my headphones. I got to turn the sound down a little bit because I could barely hear what you were saying. I don't know what it was. It's like the sound just spiked for a second there. You guys still hear it? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Chin music right there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Crossroads. It's WrestleMania. Don't be shocked. You've been here before, Cody. Just keep going. See, the guys do it too. Cody ain't done shit for a good minute now. Buck said he just found out they're working on the lines up the street from his house. Well, that would explain why you're having internet issues. What's he doing? A reverse superplex? Yep, inverted superplex into a. Yeah, I don't know what that's called. I know what that's called, but I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, that was an interesting sequence. Apparently, Corey Graves couldn't remember the name of the move either. But that move actually does have a name. I just can't remember what the hell it is. This didn't work very well for Cody. Oh, he's going for the pedigree. Nope. Rhodes is going for the pedigree. No. Well, that would be every Cody Rhodes match. I mean, that's every match. He seems like he's hurting his ribs, like I said earlier. Every every match, it seems like Cody hurts his ribs, and that's not hyperbole. Next time you see him come out to a match, he'll have his ribs taped. Cody's got chicken ribs. I tell you, a bag of chicken has stronger ribs than Cody. And now Cody will kick out because it's WrestleMania. See, told you. Now I think about it, I got to go back to my score on the Bianca Belair Becky Lynch match. I'm going to give it a 5.5 because they only hit one finisher that whole match. It actually made sense to hit one finisher. Yeah, the finisher is supposed to be the finisher, right? The whole point is people aren't supposed to be able to kick out of it. So yeah, I'll give that. I'm going to change my score on that match for that reason.
It's a slobber knocker.
No, it's not. JR's not there. It can't be a slobber knocker. I don't think I've ever heard anybody in WWE bring up Kawada's name before. Now he's going to pretend he's his dad. Well, actually, that'll be the fourth. I still don't get the tattoo on his neck.
You can see all the bruises on his face. He took a bunch of real shots in that match.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, look at the cheekbone and the forehead there.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do it as good as Dusty, but that was neat to see him bring back the little Dusty shuffle.
All right. So what do we think about that one?
I'll go a little higher on this one, man. I'll go a 7 on this one. Uh, you're right. It was a bunch of finishing moves that didn't finish nothing, but it wasn't too bad, man. It was some good action. I kind of like Seth Rollins. He usually does a little bit better match than this, but that's cool. And, Cody Rhodes here, first time back, I guess. Uh, Vince makes a decision, so I'll give this one a 7.
What do you think, Kingpin?
I'm gonna give it a 6, and most of that is from the athleticism, like the what do they call the thing, the suplex that took them both outside the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a couple of moves when they did the bridge when they were laying on each other's backs, wrestling around. They both bridged up off the ground. That takes a lot of strength to do that.
Oh
So
yeah, it's a lot of core strength for that. Yeah.
that got him a bonus point, which brought him up to 6.
Yeah, I was gonna go 7.5 on it. That was a pretty decent match. I've seen both guys have better matches, but still, it was a decent match. So, I'm trying to think what would be next. They're going over to. That's still. I can't believe that Scott Steiner actually is in the WWE Hall of Fame now. That was that. That's
Thought
something
he,
that nobody thought was ever going to happen.
I thought he was on Vince's
Yeah,
naughty list. Yeah.
yeah, because he was, and vice versa. You know, Scott said he would never have anything to do with Vince again. So the fact that both of them are in the Hall of Fame is crazy. Now I don't get why the hell Booker T's wife is in the Hall of Fame. Okay.
Was she a wrestler?
No, she was his manager, and not for a whole long time period either. You know, we were talking about earlier how Shad Gaspard had died saving his son. That was his son there. If you couldn't tell.
MK Joe said it was 6.5. I found it kind of boring.
They played the greatest hits for both guys. Basically, is what they did. Except that I don't remember. I didn't. Maybe I just didn't wasn't paying attention, but I didn't see Seth do his superplex into the Falcon Arrow move. He did the inverted superplex into the other move, whose name I still can't remember. Uh, Undertaker just looks weird wearing a suit. I don't know if it's all the years
So
seeing
does
him wear
Kane.
the other stuff. Huh?
So does Kane.
Well,
Conquest
no,
or
I'd
whatever.
seen Kane wear a suit many times. One of his characters, he wore a suit when he was corporate Kane, when during the Authority era, he wore a suit a lot. So I mean, we're seeing Kane wearing a suit's not a big deal, but you never saw Undertaker wear a suit. Yeah, Mayor Kane. Yeah, get it right, Jason. That's Mayor Kane of what is it? I'm trying to remember.
Nashville.
No, not Nashville. Knox County, Tennessee. Man, Rick looks old compared to Scott. I mean, I know he's his older brother, but I mean the way he's moving and stuff, he looks a lot older than Scott does. Scott still is fairly limber and stuff. You know, Rick just looks old.
The roids keep him loose.
You know, Vader's wife and son. Vader's dead, so it's kind of hard for him to be there. He died a couple of years ago. He had a heart attack, massive heart attack, just like Ultimate Warrior. Just out of nowhere, boom, dead, gone. But he had been having a lot of health issues before that, so. So does Kane get inducted into the Hall of Fame before or after his term as being mayor is up? What do you guys think?
After the mayorship.
Does he still participate since he's been an elected official?
Occasionally. He's not like Jesse Ventura.
Well, if his constituents are cool with him still playing the role on wrestling, then why not?
Well, I'm just asking, do you think Vince puts him in after or during?
I think the safest bet would be afterward, because then you can avoid any kind of stupid left wing scandal. Oh, he bought his way in with the mayorship, and Vince McMahon got free parking in Tennessee or something like that.
Oh, they could pull that now if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, but that's why I say it really shouldn't matter. I don't think the people that have elected dude in Tennessee care if their mayor's on wrestling. I mean, people loved when going back while Trump was president and playing all the stuff when he was wrestling.
Oh hell, the area of Kane that Kane's from, I wouldn't be surprised with him being a former pro wrestler helped get him elected.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't know much about his politics, but
he's a conservative Republican. He's pro gun and all kinds of your usual actual conservative, not rhino politician. It's one of the things that got him elected. He's not one of those fake conservatives. He's a real thing. He helped push for constitutional carry in Tennessee and stuff. Yeah, his brother there is also pro gun. Even though it's known that they're not actually brothers in WWE, they're still brothers.
So is that all? He just comes out and waves at the crowd, takes a bow.
Yeah, it's basically, that's all they're doing. They're just recapping who went into the Hall of Fame. They do this every WrestleMania.
Oh, they okay. So this is where everybody's going to walk out on stage.
Yeah, yeah, they take their bow for going into the Hall of Fame, and that's it. Yeah, basically saying their goodbyes, I guess. That kind of thing. Usually, when you go into the Hall of Fame, you're done. You might have a match every so often if you're able to, but most of the time, once you're in the Hall of Fame, I mean, there's been a couple exceptions, like Triple H when he went to the Hall of Fame with DX, he would still have matches every so often, and then Sting, I guess, is the biggest exception because Sting's still wrestling in AEW. Ric Flair had some matches in TNA after he had retired from WWE. But we've already discussed the Ric Flair situation and why he had to do that.
Why do you have to do that, Rich?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
No. Divorce. He divorced his wife because she was abusing him mentally and physically. And so he filed for divorce from her, and she still got just about everything she wanted in the divorce and took him to the cleaners. So he had to go back to wrestling to make money.
Well, welcome to real life, Nature Boy.
Yeah. That was in his 60s. He was almost 70 at the time. And he said that was the worst divorce that he had gone through. Man had been divorced like 3 or 4 times.
Well, he ain't that smart. He didn't learn from the first two, did he?
He didn't learn from the first 3. But in fairness, the first 3, they remained friends with him and stuff. It was just the wrestling, him being on the road all the time. They just grew apart as far as marriage is concerned. And it was amicable split. It was the 4th one that was the bad kind of divorce. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Hell on wheels divorce. She's a crazy bitch. Is what I'm trying to say.
If all it costs you is money, don't complain.
That cost him his money, his house, his car. I mean, he lost almost everything in that divorce. And she's the one that was the abusive one. Just shows how skewed the divorce system is in favor of the females. If you think, I mean, it really, really does.
You should have had a girlfriend waiting. I don't know what to tell you, man. No matter how old you are, you got plans for the future.
Now they're talking about this again. Let's see what they have to say.
Boy, that's a damn good doctor if he could tell all that by looking at it.
Uh-huh.
I think we got our answer. I think the dude's probably actually hurt. He had one of them dudes in the torture rack, and then another dude jumped on top of him. So he was basically holding 2 of these dudes at one time on his shoulders, and his knee gave out.
Or they could just be writing him off of TV for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's that too. Yeah.
Because patella tendon isn't. It's not like he tore his ACL. or his MCL or his PCL. You know.
No, they can graft a new one in and have him home in a day.
Yeah.
Shit, tearing anything hurts.
I'm not saying it hurts. It's not as serious as the other. Is my point. That's you tear your ACL, your MCL, your PCL. You're looking at months upon months of recovery.
He'll still be out a good 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. The patella tendon. That's basically what holds your kneecap in place. That's not as serious as if you tore one of the ligaments.
I bet it burned.
Now, granted, I've injured my patella tendon before. That's luckily I didn't have to have surgery. So, and it hurts like a son of a bitch. Okay, I'm not saying it doesn't hurt because my kneecap popped out and went right back into place, and it didn't actually tear the tendon; it just stretched it a little, and I had to wait till it, healed back into shape before I could go back out playing sports again.
He had about 500 pounds on his back.
Yeah. No,
And at first he had 225
450.
on his back,
They
and
the
then another
Usos weigh about
225
220 each.
jumped on his back.
Yeah, the Usos weigh about 220 each, somewhere in that range. So yeah, you're he had 440 at least on his back at that point.
Well,
It
he's a
just-
big boy. His knee should be able to take care of that.
Man, just like we were talking about before you jumped in, your knee is the one part of your body where you can't strengthen. There's nothing you can do to physically strengthen your knee. It doesn't matter how big you are. You get enough weight on your shoulders, and your knee decides it wants to give up. There's no amount of weightlifting or anything that's going to prevent that. Because if you look at your knee, there is no muscle there that's around that joint. It's just tendons and ligaments. If that, there's nothing you can do to working out that'll protect your knee. Your knee is one of the most vulnerable joints on your body for that reason.
Is Charlotte Flair really that big?
Yeah, she's 5'11".
Yeah, she's pretty tall, ain't she?
Mm-hmm. And then she wears those heels all the time, which make her look even bigger.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, is it whether she was wearing like big heels or not.
No. Without heels, she's 5'11". So,
Ronda Rousey's
figure,
probably like 5'6".
yeah. So you figure if she's wearing 2-inch heels, she's over 6 feet tall.
Hey, man, take it easy on that car. It looks brand new.
It ain't no more. They book her as being 5'11". She, so. And it's not like in wrestling they don't fudge people's height and weights all the time. But yeah, Charlotte Flair, she's still a tall woman. I mean, she's not some freak that's like 6'7" or anything.
She's 5'10", and Ronda Rousey's 5'7".
All right, so their booked height for her is an inch taller than what she actually is. I've repeatedly heard Michael Cole say she's 5'11".
Yeah, I just asked it my cell phone, and that's the first thing that came up, so that's what I went with.
There just happened to be a kendo stick just at ringside for no reason. It's like when they're just having a regular match and somebody pulls one out from under the ring. Why is that stuff under the ring? What possible reason would they have to have a kendo stick under the ring for?
So you can pull it out and choke the bitch with it.
It's like, what else can we put under here?
It's for the
How about
martial
some
arts.
kendo sticks?
It's for the martial arts tournament that's going to be held in the stadium tomorrow.
No. Well, no, because a real kendo stick has a metal pole in the middle to give it strength and rigidity.
And unless it's UFC, there's no martial arts event on earth that's going to fill that stadium.
Mm.
Speaking of choking a bitch, is Wayne Brady gonna have a match tonight?
No, probably. MKJ was asking if this is the main match. The rumor was that this was going to be the main event, so it may be.
All right, that's
But
all
there's
right.
still a lot of time left, according to the little time thing here on Peacock. So
I'm going to go ahead and give it a. I'm going to take 3 points away just as a prediction.
according to this, we're at the 4 hour and 48-minute mark, and it's supposed to go 6 hours, according to their end time here. So I don't think they're having this match go on for an hour and 12 minutes. God, I hope not. I don't know if I can stand watching these two wrestle for an hour and 12 minutes. Basically, because Ronda Rousey is not a good professional wrestler. And yet, this definitely means there will not be a women's title match tomorrow night, since they were both tonight.
Tomorrow night's event automatically gets 2 points.
What time you kicking this off tomorrow, Rich?
Well, the pre-show started at 6 tonight, and there wasn't a single match on it. Something tells me that tomorrow night's pre-show probably won't have any matches either. So, what do you guys think? We start at 7 for half of the pre-show, or just skip the pre-show altogether and start at 8, or just start at 6 again? I mean, you guys probably won't be home when it at 6.
Yeah, 6 gonna be a little early for me, brother.
Is that tonight, MKJ? MKJ is asking about the New Day and Sheamus and Rich Holland. I didn't see it. So if that's tonight, then that would be after this. So maybe this isn't the last match.
Aren't the New Day is Bootios, right?
Yeah,
I thought, how's they going to wrestle if that guy's all busted up?
because there's 3 of them.
All right, so answer a little bit faster next time. You make me look dumb, please.
Yeah, Bootios are Kofi Kingston, Xavier Woods, and Big E. Ridge Holland's the one that was the one that actually hurt Big E. So yeah. There's that. But again, that wasn't something that he could have avoided. It was just one of those things that happens. Really? Would never have guessed.
I don't know. The UFC's got a pretty deep women's lineup right now. I think that a good chunk of them would wreck Ronda these days.
Mm-hmm. Well, as soon as Rousey went up against somebody who was a good striker, she got her ass whooped.
Yeah, the talent level I think is past her way too far for her to still climb. I mean, I get it; it's the wrestling thing, but
How's it a cheap shot if Rousey was looking right at her?
I'm surprised Ronda hasn't like toned up.
Yeah.
That's one thing Charlotte Flair does way too much. Like the whole get thrown into the corner and flip over to the outside of the ring.
Well, that's because that's her daddy's thing, so she's got to do it too.
Yeah, but he was really good at it.
Yeah, he was amazing at it.
He'd hit that corner hard and flip up over.
Mm-hmm.
She does it like,
Yeah, I know.
and she does it all the time.
She does the Flair flop too. And remember, her finisher is a modified figure 4.
Yeah.
She's trying to be the woman version of her dad, at least as far as in the ring's concerned.
Oh, dang. Ronda took that one pretty good. She landed, I mean, pretty hard.
Yeah. And remember, that's just a thin mat. It's like a
Yeah.
gym mat over top of concrete. Well, maybe not concrete. They're in.
AstroTurf. People get tackled on it all day long, man.
Well, no, it's not. It's not AstroTurf. That's a grass field in Dallas. I don't think anybody uses AstroTurf anymore.
Well, they probably got plywood or something down over top of the field. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that those mats are just sitting on the grass.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying they're just sitting on the grass, but I thought about it for a second. Yeah, it's not just gonna be concrete under there, like it would be if they were in a arena.
Yeah, any other night when she gets slammed down on that thing, it's concrete. But yeah, if Ronda's going to be a wrestler, she needs to hit the gym and get some muscle tone put on.
Yeah. Well, having a baby will do that to you.
Oh, and not having a, I mean,
Not having a gym routine will do that to you too.
yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, yeah. Well, some women have a hard time getting that baby fat back off. Is all I'm saying.
That's Ronda Rousey. That's a world class athlete.
Yeah, and then world class female athletes have had kids and couldn't get the baby fat off too. It's all about genetics.
Yeah, but Ronda looked like that when she was in the UFC. She was never
Mm-hmm.
muscle toned because that wasn't like her thing. But
Yeah.
now she's basically an actress. I think if she threw on just a little bit of muscle tone, then she could probably sell a little bit better, and at least look better in the ring. Like right now, she looks like the girls' softball team, the catcher from the softball team or something.
Well, she ain't trying to win the bikini model contest.
Yeah, well, she'll better win the bikini model contest. She just got to look good.
She's already got somebody. What does she care?
But, she's putting herself on national television. She obviously cares
I
about
would,
her image.
yeah.
Nothing
You're
lasts
just mad
forever.
because she doesn't look good enough for your standards.
Oh, I'm not mad, but she definitely doesn't look good enough for my standards.
Oh, she's good enough for my standards. I just wish she was a little better for my friends.
Jason graduated high school is good enough for your standards. Let's be honest.
She ain't got to graduate. Just she's too
sexiest
old to
woman I
go there.
ever, sexiest woman I ever saw had a job.
Ron is looking pudgy in all the wrong places, ain't they, Joe? See, Charlotte gets away with it not having that muscle tone because the height helps her a little bit, but she's also got wrestling skill and prominence. Where Roundy wants to be a tough girl, she should have some muscle tone on her.
That's right, she did win the women's Royal Rumble, didn't she? That's how forgettable that was. Well, people hate the Patriots because the Patriots cheat. Yeah, so
People hate the Patriots because of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady.
yeah, because they
Without
cheat.
them, people might like
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Come on, be fair, Rich. Like, I'm sure everybody's secretly videotaped everybody and let the air out of the ball too.
And stole everybody, the other team's signals
Sure.
multiple times, no less.
Yeah, sure.
All kinds of stuff like that happens. I mean, Joe Biden
Every
even
day.
said every one of us knows somebody that's had some naked pictures of them released on the internet.
Hmm. We've all had a corn pop. Come on.
Oh,
What is she doing? Is it some kind of like modified Boston crab in the ropes? You know, it makes you wonder how many times people get caught up in the ropes and just don't, why they don't do what Ronda Rousey just did and just sit up out of that position.
that Seth Rollins got caught on the ropes falling off one of the times he got his foot caught during this match.
I mean, you figure if you got the core strength to bridge up like Cody and Seth did in their match, you can do a sit up in the corner to get yourself unstuck from the ropes. She's playing around too much.
I think Ronda Rousey really patented the armbar. I mean, can you even do that?
Hmm?
He said she
Lots of
wanted
people.
for the patented armbar, and I'm like, how do you? I mean, is that even legal? Can you patent the armbar?
Yeah, I don't know. Lots of people use it, so I guess there's lots of patent infringement if Rhonda patented it.
She should be getting in touch with her lawyer.
Yeah, no, she's letting a fortune get away from her if she patented it, and as many people as use it. That wasn't a scoop slam, you asshole. That was a power slam. Jesus, Michael Cole. And was it just me, or like a couple of seconds ago, did Pat McAfee sound like he was trying to speak Chris Farley? The way he yelled.
Those guys both suck.
Now, before they started scripting everything the announcer said, because both of those guys have an earpiece in with Vince McMahon talking in their ears, telling them what to say. Before Vince started doing and micromanaging every little thing, Michael Cole was actually a good announcer. No, that wasn't a turnbuckle. That was the cable. If you look where her face hit, she hit that rope. She would have been better off hitting the turnbuckle pad. Yeah, boom, off the rope.
That's why the referee was just talking to him, and hey, you all right?
Yeah, she didn't hit the turnbuckle. She hit the cable, what they call the ropes.
This might be an hour-long match after all.
Oh.
Roll it over.
I thought she was going to do like Kurt Angle. Somebody kick her, catch the kick, and hold on the other foot. But nope, she didn't. What happened? What the hell? Flair's foot's, look at that. She's not even on the mat. Oh, that's a first. Never seen that one happen before. Damn, look at the way she's got her foot, too.
But when she was tapping her foot, Ronda was supposed to grab it. So you seen she had to do it twice. See this move right here. Charlotte's getting ready to do that backflip off the top rope.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts.
Yeah, she was going to go for that moonsault.
Yeah, she's good at that. That's a crazy move.
That's the one move in her forte that wasn't her dad's. I never saw Ric Flair do that. One thing that annoys me about Ric Flair's podcast, if to listen to him, Charlotte's the best wrestler ever to live.
Yeah, no. She's better than Gold Dust.
Yeah, Charlotte's legs are too long for that. not that close to the ropes.
Did she say you can't do takesies backsies?
I have no idea what the hell she
It
said.
sounds like she said takesies backsies.
Charlotte looks like she's ready to cry.
Yeah, kick her in the face. I bet you that'll put her to sleep. Like her nails.
You know, can't really say there's no crying in professional wrestling because I've seen multiple instances where crying would probably be appropriate. Yeah, like when you're the referee and you get speared by Charlotte.
Ref's out.
The ref should be crying right about now.
Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen.
No ref.
No, it always does. As soon as there's a ref bump.
Well,
And Charles Robinson, if Charles Robinson's in a map, you got a 50% chance that there's going to be a ref bump that's going to prevent him from seeing when somebody taps. I mean, that's been his MO as a referee going back to WCW, for crying out loud.
Well, that's old school. I've seen 100 matches end like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where, the referee gets knocked out and then the other person does the win and is like, hey, wake up, ref, and then they get knocked out.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying that happens a lot when Charles Robinson's the ref. He takes a lot of bumps. He's also the deaf referee, apparently, because he's the one that was refereeing the match when Jericho told him that Neville had broken his ankle, and he yelled back at Jericho, "I didn't hear you, motherfucker." So, yeah. After that match, just to get kicked like that and then get pinned, that's kind of lame. Okay, what do we think of that?
I'm gonna go an 8 on this one. I thought it was plenty entertaining. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. A surprise ending. Yeah, I can't complain about this one at all.
Huh. Are you smoking something? I mean, is there anything you want to admit to us now?
I
Okay.
just always give the women a few extra points.
Yeah, huh. What
S-
about you, Pink?
Well, Jason just earned him a point. I was gonna go with a 5, but Jason just earned him a 6. I think that it was entertaining. They did a bunch of slick moves. Ronda Rousey for not being, she can't have very many matches of experience. I mean, I know she's been in wrestling for a while, but she can't have hundreds of matches on the
No,
belt.
they said at one point that she had 31 matches
Yeah, and
before
some of
this
those matches were probably 30 seconds long, where she came in and punched somebody in one or something.
one. Hmm.
But she's done quite well. Like, I thought she took a lot of really good moves there, and she looked like she's been practicing.
Yeah, I'll go with a 6 as well on that one. Basically, you know, it was all right. Hey, Stacy. Nope, she's gone.
MK Joe gives it a 5. He said Ronda did better than he thought. Gotta give credit where it's due.
Well, you got to give it a few extra points because it didn't take an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's something, I guess. Yeah, they're in a commercial right now, apparently. Paid service, you still get commercials. So, hey, you there, Stacy, this time?
Yeah, right when I got on it, Kent called me.
Hey.
So
What's up, darling?
you guys staying tomorrow, or are you on your way back now, or what?
Well, we go home and then we'll go back tomorrow for a little while.
Okay. Well, I didn't
But
know if you guys were
I
staying there with Gary or something.
no, and I drove separate today because I decided I was sleeping in. So Snog came early, and then I showed up there around 1 o'clock.
What snob buy?
Some 22 rifle thing that he had when he was a kid that got stolen, and you've been looking for one ever since. I don't know what it was, some type of 22 rifle or something.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
So now I can just convince him not to buy anything else for now.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I won't have very good luck. But then we've been
Shit,
at
it's
Texas Roadhouse, and then we've been standing around talking. How's your WrestleMania going?
It's going. It's night one. Tomorrow night might be better. Maybe
Okay,
not.
2 nights of it or what?
Yeah, it's 2 nights. Right now, they're just previewing what's going to happen, what matches are tomorrow night.
Hey, that looks pretty good tomorrow.
What, almost? Dude is still
Yeah.
green as hell.
Yeah, but man, he's a huge dude. Damn, is he big.
Huge isn't the word for it, man. That guy is massive.
But is he hot?
He's just, I don't know.
Well, I
Now,
can't watch the show, so you have to tell me if he's hot or not.
No.
my opinion would be no.
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 But her opinion may differ. So I don't know what. Well, let's take into consideration what her taste in men. I mean, look at Snob. Now compare him to
Hey,
Snob.
that was a lapse in error in judgment for the time being.
Snobby's on the chat. Daisy 22.
What?
He said he got a Daisy 22.
Oh.
His
Yeah,
first
I
gun.
figured he was on the chat because I see him constantly going over into the shoulder. I'm driving behind him, and all I see is him swerving back and forth to the lane to the shoulder, to the lane to the shoulder.
We know you're out there, snob.
What do you say?
He said, I'm out here, asshole. We know. That's why we're saying what we're saying. And he's telling you to hush.
Uh, well, he's in another vehicle, so he can't do much about it.
Mm.
No, he had called me like right when I just got into the studio, and he called and to tell me something, and then I'm like, I'm trying to get on Richard's show. He's like, oh, okay. I found me a purse. He found a gun. I found a purse.
What a wonderful day.
Mhm.
Mine was a lot cheaper than his.
You know, if you get a gun first, you can get lots of purses.
How much did he pay for the rifle?
I don't remember, 2 something.
Ain't that bad.
He could probably tell you if he's out there, but
I'm not sure what a Daisy 22 is.
It's a 22 rifle made by Daisy.
yeah, kind of self-explanatory.
Yeah, I get that part, but I don't know what it looks like or how it's made.
We
It's
love
made
you,
with
Jason.
machinery.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised Snob didn't just go in there and get on his link and just come in.
yeah. He said it was way too much, but he hasn't seen one forever. Yeah, they're not an everyday find anymore. You say it was 240.
Yeah, I knew it was 2 something.
Hey, man, don't complain about prices. Look at the world we're living in right now, man. Like, my groceries are skyrocketed, my
Oh,
gas
dude.
is skyrocketed, my utilities have skyrocketed,
Yeah.
my cable's damn near bankruptcy, and we're fortunate, man, that the firearms are still decent priced, man. We really are.
Yeah. And you know what else is
That's why I don't have cable anymore.
everything else is going up in price. Video cards are finally coming down in price.
Noticed that the other day. Almost went and spent a whole bunch of money on something I didn't need today, but I held myself off on that.
You're never home. Why do you need cable anyways?
Good Lord, is this just going to be commercials for the next hour?
Stan is checking in. Evening, Stan.
Yep, saw Stan
Hi,
out there.
Stan. We missed you.
Snob said he emailed a picture, so let me see what we got here.
Probably explains his driving.
Maybe he pulled over. And I didn't get
I'm
the
right
picture.
behind him.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't get the picture. It didn't go through. It's got an empty email.
Give it a minute, Rich. It's got to come all the way from Oklahoma.
Snob got a point. He said they'll go back up when Taiwan gets invaded. Well, hopefully not. 'Cause hopefully they'll finish building their the facility here in the United States before then, because you got a couple of companies. Intel, I know, is building one of those facilities here that makes the silicon dies, and I think TSMC was looking for somewhere to build one here as well. So hopefully that those would both get finished. You're talking multi-billion-dollar facilities too.
Yeah, I almost ran down and got a 3060 today. They came down just like you're right. Like in this last half a week, prices dropped around here.
Yeah, they're actually starting to get down near around MSRP almost.
The newer stuff, the slightly older stuff, the 1660s and the 2060s, those are still way too high price right now.
Yeah, no, they're coming down too.
Not here where I'm at, not at
Yeah,
Micro
Jay's
Center.
2 cents. He lives out in California. He's in Southern California, and he went to he just did a video where he went to the big computer store, Micro Center.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
got hit.
and they donated a bunch of parts, but he had to pick them out, and he had a price limit he had to go by. He had to put something together for under $1,000. He put a 1660 Super in there. That thing was only
Well, they're selling
around 300, which is still high for a 1660 Super, but that's a hell of a lot cheaper than what they were.
if you're just looking at like Asus cards, a 1660 dual, not that shitty Phoenix single fan one, but the tough series cards.
Mhm.
You can get a 6060 or 1660 Super for like $329, right? You can get a 1660 Ti for like $359.
Yeah.
You can get a 2060 for $489, or you can get a 3050 for $389, or you can get a 3060 for $405. 3060 Ti is still up there, like close to $500, but the
Yeah, those are expensive.
3060 Ti is like double the card of a 3060.
Yeah, not really. It's not that much better. I mean, it's better, but it's not anything to write home about better.
Yeah, but it's the best you're gonna get till you got 3070 money, which is a hell of a lot more.
Well, most things are.
Oh, we got 3090s down there too. Guess how much?
Yeah. Just wait till you see 3090 Ti's.
Yeah,
Those
$2,000.
just came out. Yeah,
Yeah.
3090 Ti's MSRP is $2,000.
$2,000. That's okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I thought I maybe needed a 1660, 2060, just because my game was running just fine, my EverQuest game.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started playing with a FPS counter, right? And it threw down some numbers that were so low, it scared me. Like, what the hell? It can't have that low of numbers the way that it's playing, you know what I mean? And I thought each time I loaded the game, it was taking away my video power. Them FPS counters just don't work right when you're running like 6 instances. It doesn't know which one to display the true values of what's going on.
I got Snob's picture this time.
So I'm running over 200 frames a second, man, on 144 megahertz. So, like, I don't need anything new.
Yeah. Well, here's Snob's gun. This is what he got. You seeing that, Jason?
Yeah, just blew it up full screen. Cool. That is cool. I hope it works good.
So I can stop sharing that now.
Okay, back to the wrestling. What's up with the chairs?
I don't know. Oh, I guess they're just talking. I don't know what's going on. This is whatever they're doing with him and Stone Cold.
Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yeah. This is just going to be a KO show. Nobody knew what was going on because they first said it was going to be a wrestling match and shit. So,
oh, they're going to have a beer.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's going to get stunnered. Be my guess. Which one? I don't know because they both did the stunner. Oh, Obnoxious is out there now.
Hey, Obnoxious. What'd you buy today?
By the way, I don't know. Stan was saying that he's down there in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Well, I'm still up here where it still continues to snow.
Man, we were in the 50s today. We almost hit 60.
No, today wasn't bad, but the last few days. That's snow,
Oh
man. We've had snow. And like, talk about April Fools.
yeah. Well, last week we had 2 winter storm warnings. Thankfully, we didn't get crap. Well, we got a little bit of snow with one, but the other one, the second one, we didn't get crap. And then we had a tornado warning 2 days ago. So we went from snow warnings and ice warnings to a tornado warning, all in the same week.
It was pretty nice here today, almost like 70 something. 70.
Yeah, I think it's like 45 here.
My wife was telling me earlier they're calling for a possibility of snow tomorrow again. This weather can't make up its goddamn mind what it wants to do.
Yeah, I know.
She's worried that her plants that she had planted, because it's the time to start planting
Oh,
what she
too early
planted.
for that.
No, it's not. In this area, late March and the beginning of April is when you start planting like tomatoes and stuff. She's worried because of the way this weather is going to be that it's going to kill her plants before they even get a chance to sprout.
Yeah, we don't plant here till after Easter.
Yeah, here it's late March, early April when you start planting that stuff.
Because like we'll have a week like 2 weeks ago, it was 60s up to 70s, 50s. It was beautiful every day. And then the next minute you're right back to snow.
Well, shit, man. Back in February, we almost hit 80. This weather's just been goofy as hell.
Okay, now we know who's getting stunnered. It's this dude.
No, we don't. I don't know. He could pull a fast one and stun her Stone Cold. Like I said, they both use the stunner. So. Go back to Canada, you hoser. You stupid French Canadian bastard.
Dude, they ain't gonna let this dude stunner Stone Cold in Texas. Come on now.
Hey, it would get him extreme heel heat if he did. I mean, imagine the heat he would get as a heel if he stunnered Stone Cold Steve Austin in Dallas, Texas.
Ah, somebody give me a hell yeah.
Shit, is this going to be the main event of WrestleMania Saturday? Because it's not night one; it's WrestleMania 38 Saturday. How much time's left? This might be the main event, guys. Depending how long this segment goes. You see the counter there. We're at 5.5 hours. Good Lord. I don't see this segment going a half hour, though. Where's he going?
He ain't going a minute. He done left.
He left. He done said, screw you, I'm out of here. You ain't worth my time, you stupid French Canadian.
She's gonna come back with a monster truck or something and mow the dude right over.
Where did he go, eh? Oh,
He had to go get beer.
I told
it's
you.
too far to walk. He had to get the ATV.
Quad runner, monster truck, same thing. Oh hell yeah! Look, he's gonna crash right into the ring, fly over the ropes, come down a clothesline. The dude.
Uh-huh. KO's just lucky he didn't bring one of his rifles on the back of it.
Or he's gonna roll that quad runner over and crush his leg.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, later,
Later.
Stacy. Have a
All
great
right.
night. Drive safe.
All right.
That KO sign did something to offend him. I guess it was just being there offended him. Good job. He completely and totally failed to get that out of the ring just by throwing it. No beer tosses yet. That's usually after he stunners the guy.
There we go. Thank you. Well, first of all, welcome to the channel.
What?
I don't really know. Come on, let's think about it. In the summer, the land is hot and uninspiring. Not like
Okay, I'll give him the belt buckles. And it does get hotter than hell. I would not have moved to Mexico. Mexico's a shithole. Yes, this is still on, Gary. And this is only night one.
Hey, gets it, Gary.
But if there's anything worse than a Canadian, it's a French Canadian. Fine, besides that.
Just a little.
Your
Just
nuts shot, your knees are shot, your back's shot, but you're fine other than that.
only half your neck's broke. Quit crying.
Yeah, right. The other half of your neck's fine. Oh, dear God.
It only hurts when I move it.
You know, it'd be funny. If the lights were to go out, Undertaker would show up in his gear. He'd be like, "This Texan can't fight you, but this one can."
They get lessons from the girls.
I don't know. I can't believe he's just sitting there not doing nothing. I thought he had done whooped his ass 5 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You done called him a son of a bitch, but you can't say goddamn. Look at that guy waddle. And remember, he said this was going to be a no holds barred match. Austin's going to kick him in the nuts and stunner him, and that'll be it. No, Austin unleashing that can of whoop ass. It's a no holds barred match. I guess it's allowed. He just wanted a nice cold beverage.
Yeah, you just take a drink. You didn't use it as a weapon.
Well, he could have anyway, because it's a no hold barred match. Could have smacked him in the head with the can and then opened it and took a drink of it.
Hey, if you're in the audience, you allowed to drink? They sell beer at WrestleMania.
Needs to beat him up with one of them tripods. That's his beer too. It's his brand. Broken Skull Brewery. I've never had it, so I can't tell you how good it is.
That's why he didn't throw it away like he did the first one.
Take him out in the crowd, Stone Cold. Take him out in the crowd.
He could have grabbed the can and hit him in the head with it while he was sitting there. The cooler was right there.
I want to see somebody get like ran over with the 4-wheeler.
Well, we still got 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Jason.
Hell yeah. Take it to the people.
Isn't it amazing what they can do when people don't give a fuck about COVID anymore? If this
Easy.
were Japan, they couldn't do this still. Those morons still think COVID's a big deal.
Easy, Rich. Don't go spread misinformation.
No, it's true. I mean, you watch like New Japan. There's still a bunch of sheep over there in Japan. They're all masked and none of them are cheering. They're just clapping. A bunch of fucking sheep.
Uh, I know lady's son just enlisted the other day, like the day before yesterday. He'd applied for the military like a year or two ago, and he didn't make it. Now he's reapplied and he made it. He's done everything he could to get himself right for the military, and they swore him in the other day, and they got pictures and his paperwork and everything, but they made them all wear masks, even though there was
Because
only
it's
like
federal.
10
Yeah.
people in the room.
Yeah, federal government still has mask mandate.
Yeah, I know. But gets to take his proud picture getting sworn in. He's got that mask covering his face. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that picture lasts forever, you know.
Well, that wasn't a breakaway table. He might have been better off if it was. Oh, he grabbed one for KO. How nice of him.
Oh, he's gonna get a little Texas waterboarding.
Nope. He just wanted to fuck with KO. They're both for him.
It's like Popeye when he eats his spinach.
Yeah. Austin said there have been many a time where he was doing the drinking like that with the ring, and he'd leave by the time he left the ring, he had a buzz going.
I'd be if I was like Kevin Owens, dude. I'd be grossed out right now, having to smell that beer on his breath and on his clothes. No, yeah, no, nope.
Yeah, KO knew what he was getting into when he signed up for this. It's
He's
pretty
already
obvious.
had he's already had 3 beers, 6 half beers.
Mm-hmm.
Another little commercial.
Well, that's what Stone Cold's drinking. Told you it's his own brewery. Hey, he just had beer spit in his face. Does this count as drinking and driving?
Does in Ohio. Oh, they're gonna ride off. Never see him again.
Is this Does this qualify as kidnapping?
Not in Texas.
He didn't go very far. I was hoping they would have went backstage or something, you know.
Mhm.
Then they could have went fighting in the kitchen or. Tell you what, this is a pretty good match to go out on. It's been entertaining so far.
Has it really
And
been 19 years since Stone Cold was wrestling?
Yeah.
the build-up took too long. Like the little interview show thing took too long.
Yeah, his last match was in 2003.
Wow. I care less about Stone Cold. I just wondering what the hell happened in my last 19 years.
I forget what it was. Buck and I were talking about earlier, and basically we came to the same conclusion. What the hell happened? You know?
So if he ain't wrestled 20 years, how old is he? 60?
I'm not sure how old he is.
Oh, damn, now we got 8 beers.
Hey, the man's old. He gets thirsty.
57.
Man, I'd have to go take a piss by now.
Ow! Stupid cat. Oh! Well, now Stone Cold's like, now I know what that feels like. And of course, this is WrestleMania, so he kicks out. Just like a French Canadian to cry. I want a beer. That's what he's thinking. No, he wants a chair. He just whacked himself in the face with the chair. That one I have not seen
Here comes a
before.
kick. Stunner.
Oh my god, he gave himself a chair shot. That was good, the ending there. The chair shot to himself.
He gave him a good shot too, because he come down hard and fast on that rope. It
Oh yeah, he took
bounced
a good
right
shot
back,
from that chair.
like throwing a baseball into a brick wall.
Oh damn. That was legitimately funny when that happened.
Yeah, me and Vince McMahon are gonna have to have a conversation. Either Stone Cold always wrestles after me, or he can't do that beer. I'm not. I'd be in there trying to do backflips and wrestle around and stuff, and I'd smell that beer and be throwing up
Well,
all over the place.
let's be honest. Stone Cold's matches usually were the last match. He was always in the main event somewhere.
Oh, smell it. Just thinking about it right now is making me sick.
MKJO is saying that was entertaining, and he's giving it a 10.
Oh look, yeah, see they do serve beer there.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably $12 a cup, but
Yeah, all those people throwing Steve Austin beers are from the WWE.
Yeah, he brings his own cooler of beer wherever he would go. He's stated on his podcast that depending on what city he was in and what he found on sale was what he would grab, whether it was Miller, Budweiser, whatever. He preferred Miller, but he would get whatever was on sale. He's throwing beers to the crowd now, or at least one person in the crowd.
remember when he had like the tanker truck full of beer, and he took the fire, like the
Mm-hmm.
hose, and tried to drink
Yeah,
it.
that was Miller Lite, wasn't it?
I saw his interview. He damn near killed himself doing that.
Mm-hmm.
He gave himself the waterboarding treatment with
Yeah,
lung
yeah, and like
full
I
of
said,
beer.
it's probably the same interview I saw when he talked about it, and that he would be buzzed, or in some cases, he'd be flat out drunk by the time he left the ring.
Hey man, the cops, sheriffs just come took that dude out.
You had one sheriff and one local, it looked like, from the badges.
Well, Stone Cold's drinking. How come they ain't charging him with like assault?
That guy's Canadian, and this is
Oh,
Texas.
oh, oh!
Yeah,
I
yeah,
forgot. Yeah,
yeah. It's illegal to be Canadian in Texas. Well, French
yeah,
Canadian,
yeah,
French Canadian especially.
yeah.
That's doubly illegal.
Take a rubber hose to that son of a bitch.
How are they going to top this as a main event tomorrow night? Or you got main event's going to be Brock versus
The Rock's coming back.
Roman. You know. But yeah, MKJO gave it a 10. What do you guys think? Oh, the ref got one.
Ref is chugging a beer with Steve Austin.
Well, hell, you got to chug a beer, Steve Austin.
That's pretty cool.
But you notice the ref was smart. He did it without getting in the ring.
Well, he also wanted to drink his. He's over there drinking his. Steve's just pouring it all over the place, making a mess for the people.
Oh, like
clean up
like
that
Stone
mess.
Cold has said before, just because he wears some of it, a lot of that still goes down his esophagus.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to smell it.
Jeez, they're gonna have to carry him out there. He's gonna get so fucking drunk.
Oh no, this didn't go well for Byron Saxton a couple years ago.
Is he gonna get stunnered?
He got stunnered. He got kicked in the balls and then stunnered at WrestleMania 2 years ago. At the WrestleMania where there wasn't allowed to be a crowd. And it happens again.
Nice flop.
At least he's a good sport and did it again. Two out of the last three WrestleManias, Byron Saxton gets Stone Cold Stunner. Is he going to stunner his brother? Nah, they must get along.
I don't know. One of them's got to drive home.
They
Say,
got
man,
chauffeurs.
yeah. Sorry about your quad runner, man. I'll buy you another one.
All right. So what score do you give that, Jason?
You know what, man? First time seeing Stone Cold in damn near 20 years. Man, I got to give this one a 10. I got to, man. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, it maybe deserves less because the intro to this and the sitting in the chairs was pretty dumb. And Stone Cold was like sitting there all quiet and everything. I never seen him like that before and stuff, but he's returned. Here's the old Stone Cold we used to know and love. So, show ender, got the beer going. So, hell, that one dude's still knocked out. So, yeah, this is 10.
All right.
I think I'll give it an 8. The intro thing was really stupid, even though it had a lot of potential. I'd like to have seen Austin cut the guy off a little bit more, insult him a little bit more. The match itself was pretty decent. Those guys were swinging at it like it was intended to be these two dudes fighting, not necessarily having it like a technical match against each other. And I thought it was pretty good, and the end worked out pretty good, and then the entertainment factor, we got some good laughs out of it. So I'll give it an 8.
Man, Stone Cold's going to show up at your house tonight and give you a stunner. I'm going with Jason and MKJO. I'm giving that a 10. I'm not even counting the interview section as part of the match because that was just the lead up into the match. The match itself, man, that's a 10. Especially the end where KO chair shotted himself. You heard me. I'd bust out laughing at that. That was just hilarious. I'd never seen somebody do that spot before where they whack themselves that hard with a chair on the rebound like that. That was crazy. No, I gotta go with a 10 on that one. That was by far the best match of the night.
Yeah, by far the night. Yeah. Yeah.
Hell, that
Sure.
might have been the best match of the weekend, at least on WWE side of things. I ain't seen the other shows yet to tell you because there was a couple other shows this weekend, but that was by far might have been WWE's match of the weekend.
All right, so do we want to give a score for the overall show for Saturday?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I know you didn't get to see all of it, Jason, but from the parts that you saw, what's your score for the overall show?
Well, it would be 7.5, but this 10 with Stone Cold kind of ratchets that up, man, a little bit. So with the average, I'm gonna say this is like I'll say a 7.75.
There you go. I will take into consideration that we don't watch the commercials and we don't watch a lot of the lead up stuff. So that probably hurts it and helps it. Some of the people who like the storyline, it probably hurts, but for me, it helps.
I'll let you off a hook here on this one, Kingpin, because other pay-per-views that might be the case. There really was no lead up to this, to WrestleMania this year. The lead up to it, there was no real engrossing storylines.
No, I mean like the stuff that happens in between the matches is what I'm talking
Yeah, I know
about.
what you're
The
talking
stuff
about.
that
I'm
you
saying there
don't
really wasn't anything. I mean, it was the build up to it and everything was meh this year.
But I'm gonna go with an overall. The announcer guys really aggravate me, but it was good to see Logan Paul or whichever Paul guy that was getting better at wrestling. Ronda Rousey got better at wrestling, so I'm gonna give it an overall 7.5.
Mhm.
Let's go generous. I'm gonna say 8.
Yeah, MKJO's going 9 overall. I'm gonna go
Damn,
with it.
glad you enjoyed it, MK.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a 9. I'm not 9 and 8 this time. With I'm with Kingpin. It's I'll give it an 8. And yeah, what helped Logan Paul, I think, was the fact that if you remember the last time they had him trying to be a baby face, and that guy is just not a natural baby face. Having him be heel this time helped him as well. And putting him with the Miz, who could mentor him more, that helped.
Well, he doesn't
So
even have to go full good guy or full bad guy. He could just play the dude that some people tolerate and some people don't, and still be all right.
yeah, I get what you're saying, but the going from the pure baby face like they tried promoting him as the last time he was there to being the heel this time was a big switch, and that did help him because
Yeah,
a heel fits his persona better. He just
sure.
comes across as an ass. So being a heel, it fit,
Yeah.
especially and putting him with who's king asshole in the Miz as far as his in ring persona is concerned. That helped matters too. Put him, and then the when the Miz turned on him at the end, I'm sure that got a lot of people pop in there because who doesn't want to see Logan Paul get his head smashed into the ring?
MK Joe said the Ronda match was surprising performance and outcome. All right, boys, I'm going to sleep.
Okay, later, Kingpin.
I'll see you guys.
To be honest,
All right, see you
man.
later.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't expecting a lot from the KO Stone Cold thing. That surprised me that Stone Cold was. I mean, I've been saying that Stone Cold's been keeping himself in shape and stuff because of the extreme hunting and stuff he does, but I wasn't expecting to be in that good of shape. I mean, that match could have went on in a freaking hour, and I think Stone Cold would have been fine.
Yeah, he did look like he was in pretty good shape because, uh, I kind of seen like a couple years ago, I saw some videos of him. He wasn't looking so good, but I've been seeing him on some shows where like he's interviewing all the other wrestlers and stuff, and he seems like he's been working out or something, got back into shape. But a couple years ago, he was looking pretty small, but uh, yeah, man, it's pretty nice come back for a special appearance for WrestleMania. I don't know who the other dude is, the KO dude.
Oh, he's a former Universal and WWE World Champion. He's a legit wrestler. I mean,
Is he?
yeah, yeah. I mean, he's been Ring of Honor. He was Ring of Honor World Champion a couple of times, and WWE, like I said, WWE Champion and Universal Champion. So yeah, he's got some credentials to him. Yeah, I think he's a Grand Slam champion.
It didn't do him much good tonight.
No, well, he was in there against a bona fide Hall of Famer and multiple-time world champion in his own right.
In Texas.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, Stone Cold's a Grand Slam champion. He's held the U.S. Intercontinental, World, and Tag titles too. So, you know, you mentioned the name Stone Cold Steve Austin. People who aren't even wrestling fans will know who the hell you're talking about. He's up there with Hulk Hogan as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, ain't many people named Stone Cold.
Mm-hmm. There's three guys really that if you mention their name to somebody who doesn't watch wrestling, they're going to know who the hell you're talking about. One of them's Hulk Hogan, one of them's Stone Cold Steve Austin, and the other one is The Rock.
MK just said the Ronda match surprised him, performance and outcome.
Yeah, Kingpin had mentioned that already, but yeah, that was better than what I thought it was going to be. So, oh, I think it's time to get to bed, Ian, because you got work tomorrow.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Don't have much, but I probably ain't gonna get there till half day or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it's been going.
Yep. And I got a shit ton of other wrestling to watch tomorrow, not just. And then tomorrow night got day 2 of this to go through too. So, yep, I definitely remember. Don't think Gary's having his show tomorrow morning. So, and
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Travis P11 is doing his show tomorrow morning. Because I could be wrong. I don't think he did it this morning. I think he's doing it tomorrow morning because he had a family and work that he had to do today. So I think he's doing that tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I might get up in the morning, play with his computer a little bit. I added fans to it and it got hotter.
Make sure you got them blowing the right way. That could be
Oh,
part of your problem.
well, what I did, I added a single fan, and it's not getting hot, but I'm just trying to get it as cold as possible. When I'm gaming, I'm right at 59 and 60 degrees,
Oh,
fluctuate.
that's fine.
Oh
That's
yeah, I
fine.
know that's great, but I was like, well, if this one fan's working, two more would be great. You know what I mean? Now they just the way they did, they ended up like recycling the air.
Yeah, depending on how you got them, that's you got to watch. That's something that people don't realize. You could actually mess up your airflow and
Mhm.
make it worse.
And I put too many fans in, but I got a separate fan controller where I can control it with a knob.
Now, how did you put them in? Do you got because you want to balance? You want to keep it balanced. You want as many pulling air in as pulling air out.
Yeah, well, or a little more going in and less coming out makes pressure. But I got the whole back of the case
Well,
ventilated.
there's two different ways you can do it. You could do positive pressure or negative pressure. As long as you keep it in balance between positive and negative, like you can have two fans that are pulling air from inside the case out. You're still going to pull air in, and then you could, well, as long as you have another fan pulling air in, you'll still have pressure pulling the air through the case.
Yeah, I found a little scenario with them, and I could control the speed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I try different things, and when I'm saying it's getting hot, I'm creeping up to like 62, 64. You know what
Oh
I
hell,
mean?
that's not hot.
Oh, I know.
If
On
if you were on if that was
Well, here's the thing. These fans, the temperature's all at low speed too. The fans don't kick on higher speed till like damn near 70 on
well, you
like
can
Cinnabit.
there's software you can use to turn the fan speeds up if they're plugged directly into your motherboard.
Yeah, but I don't want them. I don't want the sound. I was trying to keep it as cold as possible with as little sound as possible. It's
Yeah,
just
well you can't.
basically on idle fan speed.
Yeah,
Uh,
don't do that. Don't do that. That little bit of noise isn't going to be anything. You need to you you. That's the thing you got to think about. You got to have that noise isn't the problem. Heat's going to be the problem. You want to keep that heat down.
yeah, if I'm gonna go back to my old setup where I would stay at 59 and 60. Yeah, these other
Oh, you're
fans
well. Yeah,
kind of run my airflow.
if you're only hitting mid 60s and that's under load, that's not an issue. What's it idling at when you're not doing
Oh,
anything?
it depends on how, because I've been checking it, testing tons of shit. Uh, Depends on the room, the furnace, if it's on or this room. But I'll idle in at 30s if I've
Oh
been
hell, you're fine, dude.
if I've
That's
been doing something like gaming or something for a long time and then go back. It'll idle. It'll be idling at 40, but it'll in a
that's
minute
fine.
or two it'll creep back down. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Those are
that's fine. You got
because
nothing to
I'm
worry
on
about.
EverQuest with 6 accounts running and a couple extra little softwares, and like man, like hovering at 61, 59. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Great. When I first got it, I was up in the 60s and starting 70s, but I had a shitty cooler that came with it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
But
Real quick,
later,
MKJO is
dude.
going to bed. So yep, we'll be doing this again tomorrow. So
Yeah.
see you then, MKJO.
But
Have a
yeah,
good night.
I screwed up the airflow, so I'm gonna ditch those fans. I even tried like turning them down to ultra, just as low as they go
Well,
without stopping,
where
and
did you put where did you put them?
in the front.
You put both of them in the front?
Yeah, 3 of them
Okay.
actually.
Okay. Was there ventilation proper
In the
ventilation
front?
for all three of them?
No, I made some, right? And then I popped off just left the whole front case off of it, just like it
Now,
would have vent holes, and I'd drop down quick into the 50s, 54, 55. I mean, gaming, and so like it's choking it off in the front. So
yeah,
the extra fans is just recirculating hot air and screwing
yeah,
everything up.
you're the fact that you don't have a mesh front end is hurting you.
I got a vent at the top. It like peeks out. There's a vent at the top, and there's a way I could make one at the bottom, but I'm just going to put it all back to how it was, and,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
leave it on. I might swap out the fan on the CPU with one of these. Uh, I
yeah,
did
you
that
could do
for
that.
I did that for Cinebench, and it only dropped me 1 degree. I went from like 69 to 68, and
Oh,
that's
when you're running Cinebench, you want it to crank your fans all the way.
oh, it does on Cinebench. Once 70 is not really the magic number. It'll go to like 69, 70 quiet, but once it hits there, then it ramps them fans on. Uh, but Cinnabon, I can't get the highest number I've seen is like 71. And, that's 100% CPU load all the way across. But if I keep it a little cooler, keep it just in the 60s gaming,
Mhm.
I'm pretty good, man. The fans I moved around, I was trying to uh, just drop a degree or two off the video card. I took the cooler off of it and
What are
replaced the
your
thermal.
temps right now?
Right now,
Yeah, right now.
okay, I clicked it. Hang on, it's got to load up here.
Well, there's apps you can get that'll display your
Yeah,
temperature
on
at the toolbar at the bottom
I
of the screen.
I got my own thing here. I clicked it up, but it starts. Right now, my CPU is bouncing back and forth from 39 and 40, and my GPU is 42.
Your GPU's at 42?
Yeah,
You got what? GTX? You got the GTX 1660 Super, right?
I got a 1650 Super.
Oh, you got 1650 Super. Jesus Christ, dude, your video card's running hot
Well, the
for
fan,
what you're doing right now.
yeah, the furnace is been on, and a little heater is hot in here. It'll it'll idle down much lower, but the fan's only on 20%.
Serious. Yeah,
If
don't do that.
Well,
You
it's
want to turn
how
the
it
fan
is.
up. You want to
I
turn the fan up on that.
That's just how it is. I have to use software to make it go faster.
Yeah, I know. You got to adjust the fan curve. Is what I'm telling. That's what they call that. They call it adjusting the fan curve. You want to get that fan where it's going at least about 50% on idle.
I used MSI
Hmm.
Afterburner, and their setting it'll throw it to 40% fan at idle.
Yeah.
But it drops down.
Yeah, my GPU, I got it set at 40 right now. But if you're running, what did you say, 50 at idle? I'm running
No,
27
no,
at idle.
no, no, 42.
Oh, 42 at idle. Yeah, that's still high because my GTX 1660 Ti is only running 27 right now at idle.
Well, see, my CPU's dropping down here. It's 39 and 38, and you let it sit here a minute, and those two will kind of reflect.
I
They'll
mean,
both start dropping down.
42 isn't bad for your video card. I mean,
It
still,
usually
but
is in the
it
30s. It's
should be
usually
colder than that.
in the 30s. But once it gets warm, uh, with that fan solo, this is like the
Man,
cools it down.
yeah.
You have to Well, see, now I'm going down to 37 on the
Yeah,
CPU.
yeah. Set your fan on that at 40 and see what it does. 40% and see what it does.
Yeah, I've
It
done it. It'll slowly drop it 1 degree at a
does.
time, but
Yeah, mine at
it'll sit here
40%.
for like 5 minutes till it
Yeah,
drops.
at 40%, you don't hear my video card's fan when it's idling. So you might, I mean,
You
like
can
I
hear
said,
mine.
42 is not bad. It's just you could get better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had the fans on it was keeping it at 59 gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when it gets warm out, you definitely want to get that where it's cooled down more because that'll throw heat into your room and it'll actually make your room hotter.
Yeah,
So,
I played around with turning fans on and off and different ones. I got one that'll blow right across the very top of the video card and not fuck with the exhaust or the intake with it. And that seemed pretty good, but it was a trade off. To lose 2 degrees on the video card meant I gained 2 degrees on the CPU. And I kept fighting with shit and trying to find a perfect for both. And I found the one, just put it back how I had it.
Yeah.
Should be all right.
Yeah, I added another fan to my computer, and that actually dropped my temperatures. But then my front's ventilated to where
Well,
it doesn't stifle it. Like you
I
don't
did
have any ventilation in the front.
the one in the front I put at the top, so it blows straight across my into the side of the cooler
Well,
anyways.
yeah,
And
if
then
you're not worried about your warranty, you could always drill some vent holes
yeah,
in it.
I ain't got no warranty. I've already modified. That's how I got the vent holes in the top.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I know.
they had
I know. That was a joke.
yeah. This had
But yeah.
this had it's already got vent holes in the top, but when he took the front off in the back, there was a separate piece of plastic
Hmm.
like blocking most of it, man. So
But can you take that out?
yeah, I already cut it out.
Okay, there's no purpose for it.
You know what? There's like the power light and like the where you plug in the USBs light up.
Hmm.
I think that piece of plastic was to keep the light from shining through the top.
Who
I can
cares?
feel it drawing air. I can put my finger right there and feel it drawing air because there's a fan right there below it.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
the fans are kind of there's plenty of air. The front of it's gridded, right?
Mhm.
Like it pulls airflow even though there's nothing in the front of the case.
Right.
The fans kind of hovered off that, so it lets it recirculate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If
I
it
would.
was blocked, 'cause I was thinking about blocking it completely off.
Well, if it were me, what I would do is I would cut some slots or
Mhm.
drill a couple some holes in that front panel that you said solid, and
Yeah,
move. And where you said you ventilated the top, I would see if you can somehow get where you can mount a fan there, and
yeah, I
then
got
keep 2 fans on the front. That way you have 2 fans pulling air in and 2 fans exhausting it out.
it. No, I only got one exhaust.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would take. You said you put 2 fans on the front, right? Besides the one that was on their stock.
Yeah.
Take
Well,
one of
no,
those front.
yeah, it didn't come with one stock in the front at all.
Oh, it didn't. But
No.
so you added 3 to the front.
Yeah.
Take one of those ones off the like I said, ventilate the front. Put some holes in that front cover. But take a drill or a saw or something and cut slots or some holes in there to give it ventilation. And then where you said you ventilated the top, put the third fan from the front up there so that you have air being ventilated at the top and the back, and then have the 2 lower fans in the front pulling air in. That might fix your problem.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just go back to my original setup. One fan in the front and one exhaust in the back. It's the case is so goddamn small. It
Yeah.
doesn't need these fans. When you look at the video card on the bottom, pretty much cuts this case into half, right? So above the video card is just a small area, and it's just a straight shot. A fan in the front, the cooler with a fan, and then the
How
fan in
big
the back.
how big is your rear fan?
92,
Okay, and the ones you put in the front?
92s. Everything's a 92.
Oh, it's all 92s? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, 92 and 90, it's the same thing. If you measure a 92 and a 90, they're the same size.
Yeah, but this case is so small. That's like having a 120 millimeter fan in a regular case. You know what
I
I
got
mean?
a 120 in the front and a 90 in the back.
Yeah, this case is small, son. This is a ITX. It's
Oh yeah.
I just screwed up the airflow if it
Is
circulates.
it an ITX?
Yeah, it's ITX.
You sure? Because the way that motherboard, the way you showed me, it looked like it was an MATX, but just done weird.
Yeah, it's stretched out longer in the front.
An ITX motherboard is just a square.
Yeah, this is an ITX format. Even the power supplies, small form factor. Case
but
is small.
that motherboard's not an ITX motherboard.
No, not a standard
No,
ITX, but it's listed in theirs as a custom size, but it's
it
ITX.
it looks more like
Similar.
it looks more like an ATX because
It's
there's different size MATX, believe it or not. There's not just one size fits all MTX ATX, which is weird because
it,
that I have an MATX motherboard that if you were to turn it sideways is the same size as that motherboard you have.
I tell you how small this is. Every single 3-fan video card out
Mm-hmm.
there
It
is
won't fit.
about.
Yeah.
It won't fit. It's like an inch, 2 inches too long.
Oh, yeah. It
You
won't
can
fit.
get a.
Yeah.
You can get a. You can
Oh, I
get.
know what you're talking about.
Has to be less than. We'll put it this way. It has to be less than 9 inches. So this whole case front to back can't be but 10 inches, 11 inches. The whole box. Well, let's see. I got a tape measure.
Hell, man, there's ITX. They make ITX cases now that
11.
can fit those. Which is crazy.
I'm 11 by like 13.
Mm.
That's how small it is. 11 by 13.
The interior?
God, no, that's the outside. That's
the
counting
outside.
the whole front, the plastic, everything in the back.
That's smaller. That's smaller than some ITX cases.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. 11 that way and exactly 13 the other way.
Yeah, my case is bigger than that.
Yeah,
not
so
a whole lot bigger, but it is.
So it doesn't take too much fans.
You might be able to fit your case inside my case.
Yeah, it's small.
How narrow is it?
6, very narrow. Completely with the plastic extra and everything on the outside, 6 inches.
That's about what mine is, actually. I got a small mid tower.
And yeah, but I'll just put it back out. It's still not even doing terrible. I mean, it just creeps up there 62, 63 with me fucking with the airflow, but I'll put it back how it was. It's a shame because I routed the wires also nice.
I still think because the way you since you already modded the case, you might as well go all out and just put some holes in the front and then move them on.
It's the whole front's a design. It's got like angled slot grooves, like they all angled upward toward the center. In shape.
Okay.
So
well,
I think I could fit a jigsaw blade.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly, I was going to ask if you could take where it's already slotted and just actually cut those slots out.
Yeah, just like skip every other slot here, and I think it would fit perfectly with a about 1/8 inch wide, man, like a sawzall blade, man.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, do that, and that way you can keep. And then, like I said, put one fan in the top.
Maybe put a little.
You have the two in the front, and you'll have perfectly balanced intake and out and exhaust, and you'll be moving more air, and that's always good.
Mm-hmm. There's the bottom and the front though. It's got a very large area. That's all it's got in there is a LED light, and the whole sealed off. It's got like a LED light on a like clear white plastic like diffuser. You know what I mean? Just think, I already played with it and took that off. If I just take that off, I got a very large gap at the bottom. But like I said, the fans are recirculating. They're pulling, just turning the corner and pulling from the inside.
Yeah.
If I could seal off the whole front of the case except the fans and make them draw from the outside here, I would be good, because when you take the door off and let them pull in fresh air, it's a hell of it. It's really what I was looking for. I mean, I can drop down like 54 degrees, 55 degrees like that.
I'm going to turn my camera on real quick.
Hold on, I still got my thermal screen up. Okay.
Yeah, let me turn my. Now, the slots that you're saying are on the front of your case, are they like that? only with that being, this is a case. Can you see where the slots are there?
I can't see. No, it went dark, Rich.
Hold on. See where that light's coming through? Right there? Those are slots in the case. See it?
Oh, yeah, I can see it now.
I'm trying to get where it's in frame. It's hard to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of like
they're
at an angle.
that where you got so often. See what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Like right in here.
mine's solid, but they're just
Yeah, let me
they're
see
like
if I can get it with
grooves.
that flashlight.
The whole front of this front is like grooves.
Yeah, there you go. There's better. Hold on. Let me get it back where it's in picture too. There. See like that? Like grooves like that? Yours is solid.
No, but I could make them like that.
Yeah, yours. See, mine got grooves, but they're ventilated grooves. As you can see the back inside there. So that what it looks like inside with the like little holes and stuff.
Yeah.
This is a Mason's case. But, yeah, I mean, if you can cut, if those are salt like grooves like that, but they're salt. I mean, not exactly like this, but just give me an idea what you're talking about. If you can cut those out, dude, like that, and make it where there are holes where you can ventilate, yeah, you'd be fine. Like if you look down here, it's the same way down here at the bottom. I don't know if I can get my camera down that far. Like down there, that's where my fan is. That's where like with the front fan right behind there. So if you could do something like that with it, dude, you'd be good.
I'll mess with it some more. Other than that, man, it's been just
No, I gotta get my camera line back up.
everything with it's been just dandy.
Yeah.
I mean, it is super quiet. I mean, I know there's quietness fan. I mean, this thing is absolutely quiet. You go over and put your ear on it, and like you can hear the air being sucked in the side, and that's it. I mean, it's completely quiet, man. It's as quiet as it gets.
What
I
brand's
had it
fans?
running and was hearing a funny noise earlier. Had everything quiet, and I was like, man, them fans. I went to play with the speed of the fans, and they weren't making any noise. The noise I was hearing was my refrigerator running through a exterior door. I'm out in a brick walled addition back porch of the house. I could hear my refrigerator in the kitchen over this computer sitting right here. So it's quiet.
Yeah. What fans did you get? What brand are they?
Plus, I added, that sound deadening material.
Oh, dude, get rid of that.
I put some on the side door of the thing.
Get rid of that. That'll actually hurt your airflow.
This stuff does make stuff hotter, but
don't use that shit. Never ever use that shit.
I don't know. Small piece, the very top of the case has got this sound deadening in it because the metal was so thin. You could hear like a vibration noise if you put your ear up to it, and if you just touched the metal with your finger, the sound went away. The metal was so thin it was vibrating.
Yeah,
so
you don't really want to use that sound deadening stuff. I mean, I get it.
I made it so I could use it to tuck some of the electric wires up out of the way using this self-sticky foam shit.
Yeah, but just be careful with that shit because that will raise your temperatures. That stuff kills airflow. Yeah, I've actually seen somebody
I might put a extra hard drive in it or something. But
when I was doing computer work,
done putting money in it.
Yeah, when I used to do the computer work, there was somebody that was asking me questions because their computer went from running like 30 degrees when it was idling. Somebody was running 30 degrees when they were idling. They put that foam shit in their computer because they said the fans were too loud. Their computer jumped up to 60 while idling.
Was it AMD?
No, it was just they put that damn foam shit in.
Yeah,
that's foam.
Yeah, like I said, I ditched it on the sides because it made temperatures go up. But on the very top of the case, it's not that big of a piece, it does just fine. But you could feel it hold the heat, just absorb the heat and hold it.
Yeah. Yeah, it kills airflow. Air cannot move through that shit.
Oh, well, this ain't got no place for air to. This, like I said, this metal was just so tinny, just so thin. Like
Yeah.
if you touch the top of it, it was quiet. I put a little book on top of it, and it shut it up. So I ended up putting just a piece of that underneath the top, and it took care of all that.
Yeah.
I was gonna spray paint it with like rubberized undercoating or something, just to try to take the tinniness off the metal. But this worked. I don't think it's affecting my temperatures too bad.
Ironically, the person that put that foam shit in their computer was the same guy that kept having issues where he kept going to the porn sites and getting viruses.
Ah, nice.
Remember I told you about him?
That's what you get, man.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
same
I don't.
guy, man. It's like, dude, would you quit doing what I tell you not to do? I mean, I swear to God, anything I told this guy not to do, he did the exact opposite.
I know plenty of people like that. Nah, I don't even have no virus protection or nothing running. I don't have none of that crap.
You should. You should at least have Windows Defender running.
Oh,
That's
well,
free.
yeah,
It's already built in.
Yeah, that's going, but
As long as you know what you're doing and know what to watch for, Windows Defender's fine.
yeah, that's all I'm using. It might even be turned down a little bit, but
I have Norton's on my computer, the computers here in the house, not because of me. That's because of the wife and kids.
I told you I'd got a clean install on this one, right? But when I first turned it on, it came with, how it was loaded up.
Yeah.
Even though I erased that shit on my first go around and everything like that, now I get like emails and promotion emails and shit from that fucking McAfee.
Oh, yeah, McAfee's the worst, dude.
Oh man, yeah, I don't even have it.
McAfee will reinstall itself.
Yeah, I get
if you uninstall it.
I get like email every day from them, man, for probably wanting me to buy it or something.
Every time I turn around, there's one part of McAfee that's reinstalled itself. It's like, goddamn motherfucker.
Yeah, but the one good thing about my airflow, my original setup in the fan, there's an open area slot down the left-hand side of this computer for the USB ports and stuff like that, and
your AI
wire. I got
your IO. That's what the IO.
It's got that
input
in the front.
output interface.
But it's just like a long open slot because you got like my two wires for the Wi-Fi. There's two little skinny wires, and you got a cable for the LED light there in the front and stuff.
Oh man, I hate those goddamn wire antennas for freaking Wi-Fi cards.
But anyways, that little slot does allow that first fan to recirculate a little bit, and where it's only like a quarter of an inch tall slot. Right there in front of that slot is my hard drive, and you can feel the breeze. You can feel the air getting drawn across the top of that hard drive right there. So I was like, hell, that's a win. That's a plus right there. So I like that setup. That stayed good. Other than that, I think everything's right. Yeah, I got some Noctua fans and a controller that I don't need.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you what brand fans you got. You probably told me like last week, and I just completely forgot.
Yeah, I bought Noctuas. The little fan controller is pretty sweet. It because you can't hook a whole bunch of fans off your motherboard on this one, right? So I had some Y splitters, and it just ran, two fans off one plug, right? And they got a nice little splitter so it doesn't send back RPM or signal to the computer. You know what I mean? So it won't screw up from seeing two fans. So those come with the Noctuas. That worked great. But I bought this.
I got Noctua. That's what mine is. See?
Yeah,
Noctua Redux.
I bought this fan controller, and it'll do anything. Depends on how you wire it up. it'll do anything. It's got a plug. You can wire it up like a 3-way to like your motherboard header and let the motherboard power its original fan that was supposed to. Then it takes just the signal from that and runs it to this fan controller, and then the fan controller powers
Yeah, I
itself
know. I know
off
how
of
those
the
work.
SATA, and then it
Yeah.
can run 3 fans off of that, and I could push a button and they'll either work with the motherboard or
Yeah.
I can slow it down from the motherboard,
Oh yeah, yeah.
or
My son's
I can
computer.
crank
He
it
has.
up.
My son has 6 fans running off of a
Yeah.
controller.
Well, that little
He's
controller's
got
sweet, but
He's got Corsair fans with a Corsair controller.
it works great. Functions cool. It's nice. I like it, but it's just not working out for my setup. But it's pretty cool. I had to one of the I returned everything I'd already bought. That computer, I sent back the memory, sent back the computer and everything. Waiting on the refund for the computer and everything to clear my bank, but it's already said it's been issued. But the memory that I bought, I had 2 sets of memory. One they replaced because it burned up.
Mm-hmm.
They took that, sent me a new one, took that one back, not charging me for the new one. But the other memory I put in a little description, I bought it by mistake because I kind of really did, and it wasn't damaged or anything. Well, they didn't give my money back on that. They gave me a gift card.
It was where that was Micro Center?
No, Amazon.
Amazon?
Yeah. Yeah, they gave me a gift card on that one. So
That's odd.
I was like, screw it, man. Send me some fan controllers, send me some fans, send me that sound deadening stuff. But they had to send a separate package. The one thing is, I got a nice microphone coming, kind that everybody else uses, sits on a stand.
The Blue Yeti.
Yeah, it's like a Blue Yeti, but it's a HyperX.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's Kingston.
Yeah, maybe. But the reason I like that one,
Well, Kingston HyperX was their high class or higher tier RAM that for gaming and stuff.
Yeah,
They split that off into a division of Kingston where that makes gaming peripherals and stuff.
yeah, they make keyboards and mice,
keyboards and stuff, headphones. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this microphone. It's got a thing right there on the outside. Yeah, tap it to mute. Just like tap it to mute, and it's got a little light that comes on. I was like, "Oh, that'd be pretty handy." So I went ahead and got one of those.
That's cool. Now, it is time to end this show.
Yeah.
So, thanks for tuning in this week, everybody. MKJO's already left. I don't know if anybody else is even out there watching anymore.
I forgot we was live, Rich. What is he still doing?
So did I. So did I. I just looked up and saw the red thing.
I didn't see it. I didn't know he was live at all.
6 minutes, and you should see it up there. It should say live at the top left-hand corner of the StreamYard window.
Yeah.
This has been going for 6 hours and 48 minutes now. Good God.
Marathon.
Yeah, WrestleMania.
Mania-thon.
Yep. I'm going to play the outro, just even though MKJO's not out there. And we'll see y'all tomorrow night, and maybe tomorrow morning if I'm up in time to do Travis P11's show if he's doing it tomorrow. So have a good night, folks.
You guys are probably really scared right now, and I understand that completely. But I get the better of the deal, and even though it's 3 versus 2, you guys are outnumbered because we're better than you guys. Yeah, we are. We're legends in our own mind compared to you guys. Even though you guys got the egos, we have got the wrestling skill. And this guy right here, we're the Space Cowboys.